Sen bak şuna.
Good evening. How are you this evening?
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I gotta get used to this time.
I know.
Did you work today?
No, I'm actually retired.
But don't you do your clinical hours on certain days?
So I make sure that, look, thankfully, I picked the days. And so I chose Monday, Tuesdays, and Fridays.
So smart.
So I said this day I could sleep in, and then because it's a late night, I don't have to get up early tomorrow.
Good. Very good. I like your wisdom.
Age.
Good evening, Alfredo.
Downloading it.
Can you tell me that you got your evaluation?
No.
Joseph just texted me. I said, I don't think anybody got them.
Were we supposed to get something on the email?
No, this is from the previous cohort.
Oh,
No one in my group has, to my knowledge, has received their evaluations. Still no, right?
No. You know what? The last time, what happened? They sent us first the evaluation in one email and another email, they acknowledge.
Oh, yeah, really?
Yeah, maybe it's because they try to send together and they have some issues. And what happened last time, they sent us two emails, one with the evaluation and one with the acknowledge in a different email, not
Hmm.
together. Because Juan send first uh, the evaluation. And yes, I got the evaluation, but I didn't get the acknowledge button. So they sent me in a separate email the acknowledge button.
Wow, I don't, okay, thank you for letting me know that. I'll mention it to Joseph. And we'll keep
Yeah,
trying.
maybe in that way it works.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe that's part of it. Well, good evening. We have a pretty tight process, so I'm gonna jump in, and I'm anticipating that we have flexibility towards the end. If we need more than the allotted time of 9:10 to 9:50 to review the syllabus, then that's fine. So we do have some flexibility built in. We don't have to have IPG today. Um, so let's get going. I don't have to ask who's going to go first. I'm going to go first. And I'm going to try to stick to our time period. So let me get started. Since you're here, I'm imagining everything's working. So Alice is going to join us. I'm going to try to share my screen, one of my skills that you know I'm really great at. Let me know when you see it. Oh man, you don't see it.
I see it.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, and I see you too, so this is great. So I need another timepiece. Okay, that one will work. Okay. You all got the link on the from the email, right? Um,
Actually, my
have
link
to do
didn't
something.
didn't work. I had to do the Zoom app.
Oh, so you had to use the meeting ID and password? Now she's asking me to do that.
So did I.
Yeah.
In which case she'd need to download the client so that she could put that data in there.
Or just, well, she has the Zoom app because she's been in group. Right. So, but there is a let me stop sharing. There is a way to pull up the invite. I think it's meeting info. Yeah, there it is. Is it gonna let me copy it? Yeah. Why it helps to, well, you already know that. I don't even need to say it, to come a few minutes early. Okay, so I thank you for telling me that. And I'm glad that that's why I included, because I know sometimes those links are not our friends over time. Okay, so let's try the sharing again, and I'm gonna speak quickly and hopefully get through it in a way that allows us to have some dialogue. So are you seeing my screen again? Great. I was raised in a family of four, two parents, two children. I have an older brother. But my parents had experienced the loss of three children. One daughter right before me, and her name was Tiffany. And what I carried was the family story that if Tiffany had not died, Donna would never have been born because they wanted a boy and a girl, and they had it until Tiffany died. So that was a weird sort of framing of my existence for me to have. We live very close to St. Mark African Methodist Episcopal Church, and I was a regular. Even without my family, I would frequently attend the church. Pretty much every time the doors open, I would be there in order to do whatever they were doing. I just fell in love with the church and the community, and it was a small church and a small community. And after a while, my parents said, let's go check this out. Let's see what she's doing. And my brother came, and my entire family were members of this church. That's another picture of it. It's a small church. It was a small community. And even with that, being a small church, being a small community, one of those churches where growing up I could do everything, right? There weren't really many limitations, uh, except I had never seen women preachers. I'd seen women doing everything else, but I'd never seen a woman preach. But it also was not the most safe environment because I experienced abuse, sexual abuse in the church, and I experienced it in my home. And so part of, we did the ACEs in orientation. Part of the adverse childhood experiences that I had involved this sexual abuse. And the fact that it was both in my home and in my church really gave me a sense of not having a safe space in the world. So the way that the trauma continues to show up in my adulthood, I'm aware of the mental health issues that I have. I'm aware of my trust issues. I'm not aware of a fear of abandonment. I might have it, but I'm not aware of it. Definitely unhealthy coping mechanisms. And the primary one being food is one of my coping mechanisms. I do have this sense of constantly feeling like I'm not good enough. And I have an internal critic who is horrible. The way I talk to myself with my internal critic, I would never uh, talk to someone else. So, and with the chronic guilt and shame and toxic perfectionism, I don't think I'm still in toxic perfectionism. I do like things to be right. But there's a time when if the link for the Zoom movie didn't work, I would have been, Zoom meeting didn't work, I would have been extremely disturbed by that. But I'm not anymore. Things happen. But the chronic guilt and shame shows up when something goes wrong. I'm always trying to figure out who to blame. Most often it's myself. So I'm aware that the childhood trauma that I experienced in safe places was impactful. Now, many decades later, I don't consider myself a victim. Therapy, treatment, CPE, my seminary experience, all of them were part of my journey to be claiming myself as a survivor. So I claim myself as an adult survivor of child abuse. And I learned the abuse was more than the physical abuse. There was emotional as well, in a sense. And the earlier part of my narrative sort of history that I share with you of how I'm here, why I even exist. And I'm emerging into a sense of a thriver. And womanist thought has really helped me name that. My theology is no longer a theology of survivor. It's more a theology of thriver and even of inspirer, where I'm beginning to appreciate that my story can be inspirational. So that is capturing some of my unhealthy coping mechanisms, one being food, but then I think it's sandwiched between a healthy one, pun intended. Okay, I won't try to be a comedian. And that is education. I plunged myself into books. I've been a student almost as long as I've been alive. So I went to Seton Hall University. I was pre-med and an honor student. And from Seton Hall, I went to Meharry Medical College. And in the third year of medical school, president of my class, I decided I felt called to ministry and went through a process of answering that call to ministry, which included leaving med school. But because where I was in the process, the invitation was given to me by the dean of the medical school to simply take a leave of absence. And if I didn't change my mind, if I changed my mind, I could return. But I didn't change my mind. I went on to Vanderbilt Divinity School, and that's where I earned an MDiv and a PhD. It was also where I first heard about CPE, but I did not take CPE until years later. I actually began CPE to become a better pastor. So I immediately, in my last year of seminary, I was appointed to this church. It's my first church, and its name was Allen Bethel AME Church, which I thought was so cool, in Lewisburg, Tennessee. And then to Payne Chapel as an assistant pastor, and then finally to Parks Chapel, which is in California, which is where I am now, as a senior pastor. And it is when I was at Parks Chapel that I began to take CPE because I wanted to be a better pastor. I had a sense that my pastoral skills were lacking, and so that's how I started CPE. And in the process, since I had a PhD, I have been teaching wherever I can. So I was at St. Paul's School of Theology in Kansas City, Missouri, Lancaster Theological Seminary in Pennsylvania, and then these remaining schools, Berkeley, San Francisco, Pacific Lutheran, and Pacific School of Religion, are all in California. So I love teaching, and I particularly love what I articulated as I think I have my calling is a call to equipping people for ministry. I didn't have a sense of CPE until many, many years later. In 2004, I left the African Methodist Episcopal Church. I came out of the church and I came out as same gender loving. And I founded New Revelation Community Church, and we describe ourselves as a radically inclusive community where all are one in Christ. This is our 21st year. And I'm currently affiliated with the Evangelical Lutheran Church of America, but I'm pretty sure that's going to change. As a chaplain, I work for Sutter Health, a health conglomerate. And my responsibility is this Lavender East Bay, particularly its Alta Bates Summit Medical Center. And Alta Bates Summit Medical Center has 3 campuses, 2 in Berkeley and 1 in Oakland. One is a psychiatric unit, and the other 2 are hospitals, both with emergency rooms, standard hospitals, both with emergency rooms and outpatient services. So I enjoy it. It's 3 campuses. Berkeley and Oakland are very close together. It's great. But towards the end of the last cohort, there was a structural change. So I was so looking forward to not teaching this unit because the structural change was that instead of just being responsible for Alta Bay Summit Medical Center, I'm the lavender here, the manager. 3 additional hospitals were added to my responsibility. Eden Medical Center, which is in Castro Valley, not real close. Sutter Delta Medical Center, which is in Antioch, which is really, really not close. And then Sutter Solano Medical Center, which is in Vallejo, which is really, really, really not close. So I got this additional responsibility and I really wanted some time to grow into it. Going from about 1,000 beds and maybe 3,000 employees to now closer, really with the expansions that have been happening to about 1,500, sometimes 2,000 patients and around 6,000 employees, all of whom I'm responsible for the spiritual care along with my team. And as is the case in healthcare, the structural change occurred without increasing in staff and all of that. So that's where I am now in terms of work, and I find it very challenging. And one of the things that was so helpful to me, and I'm going to shut up in a minute, was I realized as I was emerging through into, okay, you're going to have to teach this unit, so get over it. I saw so much of my childhood trauma come back. I was in a period of resentment. I was angry. I was doing the minimal I could in every meeting. I mean, people were saying, Donna, are you there? Because I was just angry. I felt no one was listening. The institution was pulling. My church is 21 years old, but it still is demanding. And also here, my CPE journey, that community is also pulling. So I laughed when I thought about it. I was the little girl who didn't have a safe place. CPE had become a safe place. Being the manager of chaplains at a hospital that I love, Altabay Summit Medical Center, I did my residency there, my CPE training. I went on to become a volunteer and then staff and then a manager. It was another safe place. And pull, pull, pull. And in the midst of that, my home life, my family is saying, we thought you were going to slow down. You lied. So I felt that tension and realized, oh my goodness, all of my safe spaces are once again not safe and I'm out of control of it. So it has been helpful to observe it. And CPE and Womanist Thought have been the tools that have helped me exercise better self-awareness, so I can figure out how long I'm gonna stand in the corner and pout. All right, so that is a run through my little life story. And so I invite you to offer feedback, reflection, questions.
Usually,
I'm tired.
oh,
OG, that sounds like a personal problem. No, I'm just kidding.
You, you have done, oh my God, so much. And I could identify with your family saying, I thought you were gonna slow down, because I'm in that same, but you've been very successful. And for me, I just consider it a blessing that God keeps giving us opportunities, and I think we should keep taking them.
You would. That's exactly
Give
how
us,
you would
let's take
see
'em.
it. Thank you. I appreciate
Yeah,
you.
I really enjoyed
Yeah, thank
listening
you.
and hearing
Thank you.
about your life.
I can say that you have to add that you are an educator for a CPE to your resume. You forgot to say
You're right.
that.
I need to add that. Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
I'm just kidding.
No, actually, you're right. You're absolutely right. It is not my safe space.
You know, I'm so happy for you. You know, and I'm so blessed have you as my educator for the experience you have it, for all that you're going through, and you're a survivor, woman,
Yes.
successful survivor, not only survivor, successful,
Thank you.
which is the share of the cake. You know, God give it to you something to that you can handle. I know sounds a lot, but when God calling you to do something, He anoint you.
Hmm.
He give it to you the resources, the strength, all you needed, as each of us has it. You know, somebody told me when I've been in the hospital, I've taken care of so many traumas. How you can go to your house and sleep like a baby?
Hmm.
See, I don't know. I don't know. I thank God for that
Yeah.
because after so many traumas, I can go back to house and sleep like a baby.
Mm,
And also my coach called me, my work, how you do that? I don't know. Then it's the calling.
right.
And I can see in you that kind of calling. See,
I appreciate
God
that.
prepared you since the beginning
Mm-hmm.
for the place you are. I'm not gonna be any surprises you go more higher because you have the capacity to go higher than that. Okay?
I received that, which higher might mean retire, but I received that. Thank you. Thank you. I thank
The
you.
retire is the last thing with that as a pastor.
Right. Look who's
We can
talking.
think and we can think and everything, but retire is the last thing we can.
That's the last thing. Okay.
Yes. And thank for sharing your story.
You're
It's a
welcome.
blessing to me.
You're welcome.
Um, I've every time you share your story, I'm really amazed. I'm amazed of how much the resilience journey, and I really, really deeply appreciate it. And I really can summarize it for the class I'm teaching now, reading a book on The Good, the Beautiful, and Kind by Rich Villodas. But
Say it
one
again. What's the book you're reading?
is the title is The Good, the Beautiful, and Kind. It's by Rich Villodas. And it's really looking about the fractures and what we do with it. And when I hear you speak again, I see that trajectory, that journey of moving from hindering wound to holy wound.
Mm,
For him, hindering wounds are those traumas that we have that we let them, we stay in the victim space and hinder us from flourishing.
wow.
We hold on to it, we can, it really hinders us as hindering wound. And he defines holy wound by those, we are aware of the traumas we've gone through, but we release it by really confronting it and allow, again, this is a Christian university, so the Christian language of giving it up for God to meet us in our brokenness, in our fractures, rather than just let it hinder us to flourish. So, I mean, just hearing you and just seeing that it is so possible, it gives hope. It gives hope to know that there's a lot of people out there who are fractured, wounded, and their trauma still is hindering them from flourishing. And hearing you tell the story of a life that has been fractured and traumatic, but that did not end there. Like you say, you're thriving. So I just love that language so much. And I think it really has inspired me in ways you do not understand. I didn't go through that experience like you, but it really inspired me to see that, vulnerability is strength. We shouldn't be ashamed to tell the stories that break us, the stories of our fractured life, but that in telling those stories, it allows us to move from it hindering us to a place where it becomes, I call it holy wound. So the very first class I had with you, you told your story, and that really, really helped me to be able to tell my story. Well, to become more aware of it and to begin to say, you know what? I don't need to feel it's not my fault, right? To say refuse from saying this is your fault and you stay there and don't share, but it's not my fault. And so I'm able to become vulnerable. So you do not know how many people are transformed, even if they don't tell you, by you just telling that story. Because when leadership is vulnerable, it allows everyone else to say, whoa, so I can be vulnerable too. So your vulnerability in sharing
is such a powerful testimony of the person you are. I know you don't like anybody appreciating you. I've noticed that all along, but I really, really appreciate you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
That was beautifully said, Alice. Thank you, Donna, for everything. I have to say that personally, when I heard you present for my first unit back in 1A, I just knew, like in my bones, yours was a voice I needed to hear. And I think there's a lot of chatter that goes on in this world and a lot of things we listen to, but there was something about you that struck me then and struck me now. I'm so grateful to be in this class. And as I listen to your story, I'm struck again by the beauty and the poignancy and the strength of it all. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for both sharing it with us and for modeling how to share it with us.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We are creating an awesome space.
Yeah, one thing I would say too that I just thought was interesting, take or leave as you like, is your PowerPoint was perfection. The whole time I was watching it, it was beautiful. And the content of it was so much. And I am a slow processor. So one of the things I've thought is just as I learned from Donna, I really just kind of want to soak her in. I'm slower to do this maybe than many of you because I'm really trying to pay attention. But just watching your presentation felt like you want to get wet and you run under a waterfall. Like it was so powerful. And I just hope I can grow in my capacity to learn to steep and absorb and soak better in ways that kind of match the way you give things because it's beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And thank you for that self-awareness that you describe as a slow processor. That we may give you feedback and say you're an intentional processor and lift off of your shoulders the burden of speed. But excellent. Thank you. All right. Let's take a 5-minute break. Who's going to share when we get back? All right, Alfredo's on deck. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Well, thank you all for coming back and in a timely manner. I don't know if you hear that dog barking or not. I have a screen door open and a dog that might bark. I apologize. Was waiting for Alice to come back so that I could say this with Alice here. But I'll go, okay, so we have some flexibility in time. And so I don't want you to feel rushed. Again, that IPG at the end is, in my mind, some time we might be able to use if we need it here for your presentations. So I invite you to take a deep breath in, and Alfredo, take it away.
All right, I'm gonna share my notes. I'm just gonna read. Okay, like that's okay. You can read it. Okay,
I think it's a good size. Thank you.
it's a good size.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna read it slowly. I want to learn how to read, practice more. And my name is Alfredo Saavedra, and I am the oldest of 6 children. I was born in the state of Michoacán, Mexico. And when I was 5 years old, my parents moved our family to Mexico City, the country's capital. It was there that made my 3 younger siblings, 2 sisters, and 1 brother were born, completing our family of 8. Growing up, life was often difficult. My father came from poverty and never had the opportunity to learn a trade. But he was a hardworking and responsible man who made sure we never went without food. My mother dedicated herself to raising us and caring for our home. Even though we didn't have luxuries, we always had what we needed. And that gave us strength as a family. As the eldest, my sibling naturally looked up to me. In our culture, the oldest child is expected to help carry the family's responsibilities. And for me, that started at an early age. By 11, I was already working to help my household expenses. And little by little, I became more father's right hand. My parents and siblings respected me for stepping into the role and carried it with pride, even when it wasn't easy. As a family, we were always close. The example we received from our parents, their legacy, was to be hardworking and responsible. During my youth, I always worked and studied at the same time in order to help with household expenses. Eventually, my father began working for a bottled milk product company, which inspired us to become an entrepreneur's family. Together, we opened our first business, a bottled milk store. This venture gave my parents and siblings the opportunity to live a more financially stable life. For me, however, it also means giving up the possibility of a normal youth. Most of my time was dedicated to taking care of the business, while studying became something natural to me. Not a burden, but simply a responsibility I embraced as the eldest brother. The streets, school, and work were where I spent most of my time. Home was mainly the place where I came to sleep. The sport I loved the most was soccer, but I never had the chance to practice it because I worked long hours, even on weekends. Although I enjoyed sport in my youth, my time was fully devoted to study and working to support my family. My days from Monday to Friday started at 6 a.m. since school was half an hour away and classes began at 7. When classes ended at 1:30, I would take a bus to work, which started at 3:30 p.m. and ended at 11 p.m. By the time I returned home, it was 1 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. I also worked part-time. Unlucky, one of my brothers who went on to play professional soccer after arriving in Mexico, all of my siblings were able to pursue an education and obtain a profession. I, however, had to leave school behind so I could dedicate myself fully to help my parents with household expenses and ensuring my siblings could continue their studies. That sacrifice, make it possible for them to build a better future, remains the greatest satisfaction of my life. When my father lost his job, everything changed. I was just 15 years old. The full responsibility of providing for the family fell on me. It was a heavy burden, but it also shaped who I am today. Responsible, resilient, and deeply committed to my family. However, over time, because my father was laid off and we lost our business, we began to experience financial problems, which forced me to move to United States, arriving in the country at 19 years old without knowing anyone. I began my own version of the American dream. Since I had no trade, I found work in the fields, harvesting lettuce in the city of Santa Maria, California. At the same time, I struggled with an addiction to alcohol that had followed me since my youth. Because of it, I loved it for a long time like a vagabond in this country, with a family or real friends. The only company I found was among those who suffered from the same struggles. This emptiness created in me a deep need for change. Eventually, I began attending a Christian church where I came to know God. I later moved to the city of Santa Barbara, California, and after a few years, I met the one who will become my inspiration, my beautiful wife, Alejandra. Together, we began the journey of marriage. Our first year were marked by pain, as we lost our first two children due to complications with my wife's health. The doctors told us she would never be able to carry a pregnancy to term, and their diagnosis left us devastated. I feel like we were falling into a downward spiral. Yet, through it all, our faith in God sustained us. We believe He would bless us with the miracle of having a family, and He did it. By His grace and mercy today, we have three sons. We walk with us in faith and accompany us to church every Sunday. This year, 2025, my wife and I celebrate 31 years of marriage, and together we continue to serve God. Looking back, I can say with certainty, up to this day, God has been faithful. Thank you for hearing me out. This is part of my story until I got married. I have three children. I forgot to tell you that in 1983, ISIS took me and bring me back to Mexico. I tried to get back, and I was stabbed in my side, and I have to spend a week in the hospital. Nobody know about me, but I came back again, knowing that if the ICE took me, he can send me back to Mexico again. But I desperate for change, and now this country has the blessings for me, and I'm here. I can say I'm a survivor also. And I get married. When I get married and we have two sons, I feel the need that I have to go back to the school. And I enroll myself in the school, and I went to the city college in Santa Barbara, and I got my certification as an accountant when I had 38 years old. Later on, I get another press season, 8 years another press season, even though I was a pastor for those years. And that journey changed me. So my wife inspired me to look for something different that I can enjoy it. And I decided to return to the school. And I enrolled myself in a Bible college. I don't know what I'm doing in that time. I just want to be free from the depression, and that helped me, to take my mind from the depression state and put in another stage. And that helped me. And went to the school. When I had 2 years in the school, I started learning about the chaplaincy. Somebody told me about the chaplaincy in the hospital. And I live 4 blocks away from the hospital. And I told my wife, you know what, I'm going to make an application to the hospital because I want to work in the hospital. And she looked at me and she said, what, you going to apply for it? You don't know, you don't have any knowledge about that. I said, I don't know, I'm going to apply. Let's see what doors got open. And there is a position for a security officer. I still been pastoring, helping my brother pastoring in Santa Barbara, and travel every weekend, 70 miles from Santa Maria to Santa Barbara to church. So I started working at the hospital as a security guard, knowing that some days I'm going to get my graduation as a chaplain, knowing that in that time I'm going to meet person, going to get influence in the hospital. And in those years, they know that I was a pastor. I get influence in the hospital. When the day comes and I get my graduation, I put the application as a chaplain. I don't have an interview. I don't have nothing because they know me. I just get into the position as a chaplain. Now I'm serving God as a chaplain for the last 2 years. I got my graduation from the college at 59 years old. And I start pursuing to the knowledge. They told me, you need to get your CPA. They give it to me 2 years to have it. So a year and a half, I'm going to accomplish that. Thanks God. So this is my story. Thanks for hearing me out. And it's a blessing for me to be in this place. And I don't know what God has for me in this class. I have 4 girls that have something to teach me. And I feel so blessed for this group. Thank you.
Did you say you have 4 girls to teach you something?
5 girls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, I gone wrong.
We
5.
might be women,
Oh my.
but we're not going to be girls. Thank
For
you.
wonderful women that can share with me their knowledge, their wisdom, and help me to build my life as a chaplain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alfredo. You know, I really, really appreciate and value you. So to begin with, I'm just happy that we are in the same unit again. Not the same unit, the same class again. You are 4th unit, so I should remember that. So I really I'm grateful to have met you. I'm grateful to have listened to your story. And I'm grateful for the pastor that you are, the chaplain that you are, your passion so much for hospitality. I really can see through you through that. I really appreciate who you are, your presence, that is what chaplaincy is all about, to be a presence in those spaces. And I just love to hear stories of how we go through fractures of life and come to the other end where we can now, in retrospect, look back and see it as formative years, even though in those moments we don't see it that way. That we look back and say the man that you are today is because of the experiences you went through. So really thank you for sharing again, and just thank you for who you are, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. You made me remember one time when I came to USA, I started working in the fields, okay? I don't have car, I don't have nothing. And a lady gave to me a ride in the fields in Yuma. December was cold. The day was short, was raining. And when she found out that I don't have documents, she let me in the fields. So was like around 8 o'clock. I was alone in the middle of nowhere, crying, 19 years old. And in some way, I saw a little lights coming through me. And there is an old man with a tractor who was sent by God to rescue me. I do not even know nothing about God. But now I can, looking back, say, thank you, Lord. But it was hard. It was really, really hard. And as a lot of immigrants, everyone has their own story. Everyone was carried their own baggage. But until now, stay calm. Everything is part of the process of the life.
Amen. Alfredo, first, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for not giving up. Thank you for even when they took you back, you came back. Thank you, because I wouldn't have ever met you if you had given up. I really appreciate your story. I can identify with some of it, and you'll hear my story, but just appreciate that you are still able to be positive and to speak positive about what God is doing in your life. It's a testimony. It's a testimony. And as you were speaking, all I kept thinking was all things work together for the good for those who love the Lord. You know, it's going to work. And he told us that he knows the plans that he has for us, and they're to prosper us and to give us hope, you know, and an expected end. So that just, your story was the exact example of that. And it's continuing. It's continuing. I love it. And I could see it moving forward, and it encourages me. This is my first unit. And so I am very encouraged by your story, how you told it, and where you are today as far as the CPE program. So thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Andre, for your words. I really looking forward to finish this unit with you. Thank you.
Alfredo, it's good to see you again. I have been lucky enough to hear your story before in the past, and I have just tremendous respect for who you are, for everything you've been through. I will say that you have not always been shown tenderness by people in this world. But as you presented your story today, I see evidence of tenderness in community throughout your lifetime. And that, from my perspective, is something that you have carried into this Alfredo, that you are now and you are so generous with when it comes to the rest of us being in community with us with tenderness. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you. And also say that when I heard your story the first time, I've heard it in more detail. It has stuck with me my whole life. It's one of those stories that you hear and you just don't forget. Sometimes I just think of you as I'm driving around or topics come up like that because it is a tremendously hard and painful story, and your time in it was hard and painful. And you share it in a way that brings awareness and compassion and God into the narrative. And that's really meaningful to me. So thank you. Thanks for all of it.
Thank you, Kate. I'm looking forward to. And I'm happy to have this class with you also. We're gonna learn. We're gonna learn for sure. And I admire you because been working with men's in the jail. Oh my God. It's requires a lot. Requires a lot. You have it. You have you have too much to give it to those guys that you don't imagine the way that God can use you, or He's gonna use you with this knowledge. He can use you in a different way, but more deep. And I can see that. Thank you for your words.
Alfredo, thank you for your sharing and the additions to it this time, and the things you added were just just another layer that was so helpful. So thank you. I have a curiosity about how you attend to the child in you now. I mean, those markers of 11 years old, starting to work, 15 years old, you're the financially responsible for the family, 19 years old, coming to a foreign country and all those experiences. How do you attend to the child in you, the as you said, the one who didn't have a normal youth now?
The first, I'm being grateful to God for everything uh, for everything I've been doing. I do not regret anything, because the more reward I have it is the respect of my brothers. That heal everything. The way they spoke to me all their lives. All my 5 brothers cannot say nothing about me. They cannot say my brother never helped me, my brother never looking for me. The boys and girls respect me, love me, care for me, and I am harvesting everything I saw in the past, and that healed me. That made me feel like I'm not losing my youth. I invest my youth, and I learned this. In God, we never lose nothing. Everything is investment. All I went through was an investment to have compassion, to have empathy. Even though the time I went to the hospital when somebody tried to rob me and stop me, I'm not regret. I'm been using that to help the people. And I feel grateful that my life was like that, because now I can be more efficient as a person with my wife, with my kids, with my community. And when I remember what I'm doing, I try to not be focused exactly what I'm not accomplished. I'm being grateful for what I am accomplished. I'm not playing, yeah, but my brother do it. I'm not studying in that time, but my siblings do it. Now God is giving to me the opportunity to enjoy the class. That's why I enjoy these classes. Because God is giving to me back those feelings, I don't know how can I say. As how do you say, everything's work for good for those to love God. And I learn, okay, to see the good things in the middle of the bad things. I try to see the good sides of the story. And that helped me, heal my soul. When I see myself and I spoke to my kids about my youngest, they get inspired. My older son say, Dad, I don't have any excuse. I have to be better than you. I have to make the double that you made it because you provide me. You have what you have with nothing. There is no excuse for me. With what we have, don't do nothing. So my story inspired my sons. I'm not losing, I'm winning. So my point is this: in the kingdom of God, we never lost. Do not exist the losses. Everything is investment. That's the way that Job saw God. He don't see losses. He saw investment. That's what he harvested over. He never complained. There is investment on God. It's the same principle with Jesus. God invests Jesus as a seed to get a huge harvest. Did I answer your question right? Or
Thank you. I appreciate your reflection, and I'm inspired by your gratitude for your journey and how your theological framing of your journey, which is powerful. I'm wondering if you play at all now. Do you play now?
no, I can't because of my back.
I don't mean soccer. I just
No.
mean anything. Like I've never heard you crack a joke. I've never heard you. So I'm just wondering, do you?
Oh my God! Don't touch that button. Oh, don't touch. I I play a lot with my wife. I made her laugh as many times I wanted. My kids also. Okay. So yes, I am play. I'm funny guy sometimes. Even though when I preach it, I'm funny. Let me tell you, I enjoy the life as everybody. Yes, I'm playing.
That's good to know. Thank you.
I think you look serious. You look me serious because I am a thinker. I always think what I'm gonna say twice. I always do that because I made many mistakes to speak faster. When I speak what I think, I make a lot of I have to think twice and learn because I made so many mistakes when I spoke just because I feel it. No, I speak because I think it, not because I feel it. Yeah.
Awesome. Any other feedback for Alfredo? Let's take another 5-minute break, please. Thank you, Alfredo. Thank you.
You're mute.
Thank you. I didn't ask who wanted to go next.
I'll go.
You'd like to? Okay. Audrey, do you want to share the screen or you?
Yes, I'll do the screen share. I do have a PowerPoint.
Okay, take it away.
Not near as creative or colorful or lively as yours, but it was the best I can do. Okay,
That's
let me
perfect.
remember.
The best you can do is perfect.
I'm trying to remember how to get to the screen share.
Kate, talk her through it. I'm not the one to help.
I've done this several times, but for some reason I don't see my buttons look different. Is it share? Just yeah, okay, there it is.
Push share, there you go. You broke it.
There it is. Okay. My life. Well, my name is Audrey King. Because I guess I met you guys for the first time last week. I was born July 17th, and the reason I always say July 17th was because I learned that Noah and the ark that's in the Bible in Genesis, the ark rested on the 7th month and the 17th day. It stopped. He couldn't get out because there was still too much water, but it stopped. So it's in the Bible. And so to me, that's significant. So always, for me, my birthday is significant, 7/17. My parents had 7 children. 2 did not survive. So growing up in the household, it was mother, father, 5 kids, 4 girls and 1 boy. I was the middle child. And whatever you've heard about the middle children being different, special, unique is absolutely true. I did not feel like I belonged to that family. I had 2 siblings, older and 2 younger. I think my mother was confused. She didn't know whether to group me with the older ones or with the younger ones. And so I was a little confused. I was my grandmother's favorite, and everyone knew it. And so they did not like it. So I tried to spend as much time with my grandmother as possible. And I'm thankful for that because I had a very close relationship with my grandmother, and I have a close relationship with my grandchildren now. And I believe it's because of that. My This picture here is what I remember about my family. We've always said we were a close-knit family. My mother played with us. We didn't, we weren't rich. We didn't have a swimming pool or didn't go to the pool, but she would get the water hose and wet us up. So we played a lot. She played jacks and games and things like that with us. So what I remember about my growing up was that we laughed and played and were happy. That's what I remember, and that's what's a part of my reflection. But in reality, my parents were married, legally married, but they separated when I was 4. I might have been 3. I really do not remember my father ever living in our household. With that being said, he was always there. He was always there. And we didn't realize it until he passed away. And we were looking for pictures, my sisters and I, and we're gathering pictures. And we said, "Do you notice that he was at everything?" He was every holiday, Christmas, whatever, every holiday he was at our house. Every event, school event, just on Sundays he would cook dinner at our house. So it was a very weird relationship, but it was the relationship that we knew. So it was normal to us. Looking back, that wasn't normal. But my father was an alcoholic. He grew up watching his father abuse his mother. And so he was abusive to my mother. And my mother always told us, she had 4 girls. The reason she left my father was because she didn't want us girls to think that that was okay, that we had to live in that type of life. So I've always appreciated her for that. But even with that, she also wanted us to have a relationship with my father. She never spoke negative about him. We didn't really hear about the abuse stuff until later, when we were grown, and we didn't get to experience it. But, well, I didn't. My older sister may have. I don't remember any of it. But what we did get to experience was the effect that it had on my mother. And so she's raising these 4 girls. And all I remember hearing from the time I could remember her speaking to us was, don't let a man hit you, get a job, go to school, always have your own bank account, your own money. Don't let anybody tell you what to do. She just instilled that in us. And it gave us a drive, yes, to be independent, to get good jobs and take care of ourselves. But it also made us really hard with being in relationships. So my sisters, 2 of them have never, ever been married. And both of them had 1 child each and said that they would never have another one. And they haven't been in any relationships. My younger sister got married, and she married a man who was very abusive. And she stayed in that relationship for a little while. I'm married now, but this is my 2nd marriage. But because of my don't trust anybody, if my first husband, if he looked like he was going to, do something physical or get violent with me, I would lose it. And so I thank God for my 2nd husband, because he said he was the one that helped me to realize that this is what my mother placed down in me, and this is what I grew up with. Because he would look at me and say, "What is wrong with you? I'm not gonna hurt you," because I would even be ducking and stuff like that, and he's not even trying to hit me. So my mother, the way she raised us was to be very independent, very appreciative of it, but it also caused us to need some therapy and to change the way we do business. My mother learned to drive. I remember when I was 12 years old, and she had this whole thing about being independent. So I was 12 when she learned to drive. I was, I think, 15 when she finally drove on the freeway. She went back to school when I was 12, and it was so that she can get a job. She became a licensed psych tech, and that's what she drilled in us. So all 4 of us girls ended up being licensed psych techs. We did other things in our career, but we just, whatever she did to better herself is what she really pressed on us. And we listened. And there was some positive and negative effects of that. But with that being said, I'm married now to my husband. We've been married almost 30 years. This is my second marriage. My first marriage, I had 2 daughters from that marriage. Met my husband, and he was raising 2 daughters. And so we blended our families, and we raised our children together. And like I said, we've been married almost 30 years. It has been a roller coaster of a marriage. But I'm thankful for it, and I thank God for it. My father, I had mentioned that he was an alcoholic. Did I say he was an alcoholic? I don't know if I mentioned that he was an alcoholic. But he was able to go into recovery. And by the time he had died, he had been clean and sober for 30 years. In fact, he had been clean for about 35 years, but he started a chapter in AA group in Fresno. And they had just celebrated their 30th year. He would do a picnic every year. And it was at the 30-year picnic, and he was in a nursing home. By then, he had suffered diabetes. His health had gone down, and we had to put him in a nursing home. He was in a nursing home, and he wanted to attend this picnic. It was the 30th year. They were actually honoring him at the picnic. But I was not able to be there, so I basically told him no, that he could not go. And he actually called my other sister and convinced her to let him go. He went to the picnic, and it was the best time of his life. They honored him. One of the ladies wrote a poem for him that I still have, called "The Picnic Was the Place to Be." And he actually died at the picnic. He was eating, and that was one of the reasons I used to supervise his eating, because he had dysphagia. And he would eat really fast, especially if there was some food that he really liked. And so, of course, at the picnic, they had fried chicken, and he loved fried chicken. And he got a piece of fried chicken, and he was eating it too fast, and he choked on the chicken. My sister, who was also a nurse, had to, do CPR on him, and she, she was not successful. So he died at the picnic, the place he really, really wanted to be. And so there was, of course, we went through this, our family went through this thing with my sister, because, she felt responsible because she took him to the picnic. So my baby sister, who is a social worker now, actually did family grief counseling with us. But my sister, who was at the picnic, took it really hard. She didn't even come to the funeral. She left the state. I mean, thank God she has come back now, and she's back to baseline. But it was a pretty rough time for my family during that time. My mother had passed away 2 years before that in her sleep. And so with that, I just have to share that the women in my family, each year they get older. But my mother passed away in her sleep. She was 63. My grandmother passed away in her sleep. She was 57. Her mother passed away at 39. And her mother passed away during childbirth. So there's some type of genetic thing with the women in our family. So I grew up thinking 63 was my end. And so when I turned 60 or 61, I started planning for that. I mean, I just lived with that. And I just thank God that he delivered me from that thinking. And I went back to school. And so I am 64. And I am proud to tell people my age. I'm 64 and I just live day by day. I no longer worry about that genetic disposition that, that is in the family. So that is basically my family life. As far as my professional career I became a licensed psych tech. In 1980, I started working for the state hospitals, they call them developmental centers where the developmentally disabled people live. I had a 37-year career in that profession, and in that career, I worked, I held just about every title in that, well, not just about every title in my line of profession. I held from med nurse to, by the time I retired, I was the executive director of a state hospital. I worked at several different state hospitals and developmental centers from Southern California all the way to the Bay Area. I've worked in the prisons where I was a director of the psychiatric facilities there. I've also worked in psychiatric skilled nursing facilities part-time. I worked 2 jobs most of my life. And in several capacities. 35, and I just really didn't realize this too much until we did that personality test and I got the results. But 35 of my 37 years was in leadership positions and in different facilities. I was sent to different facilities to help them, but they were all in leadership positions. And after doing that personality test, I learned so much about myself. And then I started thinking, that's why. And it's funny because my daughter, my youngest daughter, she's a program director for the state of Oregon, the food bank. And she's going through the same thing. She says, Mom, I don't know what it is. They keep, no matter where I go, they put me in these leadership positions. And so I was able to call her the other night and tell her about the test, the personality test. And I said, that's who you are. Go ahead and embrace that. That's who you are. That's who God made you. And that's what God has done for me. So after 37 years, I retired and people were asking, what are you going to do with your life? You're still young. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And so finally, God laid it on my heart and I said, full-time ministry. And so that leads me to my spiritual growth or spiritual services. I accepted Christ when I was 12 years old and I got baptized. I'm thankful to the women and missionaries in our neighborhood because that's how I got to church. My parents didn't take me to church, but we had a lady who would take us to church. And so from that, we were in the choir as kids. And but at 21 is when I really embraced my call and began to establish my relationship with God. At 12, I really didn't know what that meant. I just went to church. But at 21, I joined the church and became involved in the church. And you see these different icons or pictures I've held. It's funny because what God was doing on my job with positions and titles, He was also doing with me in church. I served in all the ministries. I was an usher. I sang in the choir. I was over the youth and young adult. Because of my issues in marriage, we birthed a marriage ministry in my previous church. My current husband and I were really going through. And I had decided I was leaving. I was like, my mother's voice was in my head, you don't have to take this, And so, but my pastor said, let's talk about it. And so he asked a question to some of the other members, the other married couples, and he said, how many marriages are having problems right now? And when I tell you just about every married couple in our church raised their hand, it made me feel so much better. So because of that, we started a marriage ministry in our church, and we ended up being the directors, being over that marriage ministry. And we also carried that into our next church when we moved to Central California. I'm currently the director of the women's ministry in my church currently. Once I retired in 2017 and decided, full-time ministry is when then God called me and I became an ordained minister in 2017. And similar to you, Donna, I didn't see women, ministers and pastors and preachers. And in my previous church, women were not even allowed to speak from the pulpit. You had to be on the side. My current ministry, non-denominational ministry, embraces everybody. So I became an ordained minister in that ministry, and went back to school. I had always wanted to get my bachelor's degree to, finish. And at 57, Alfredo, I went back to school to get my bachelor's degree, and I graduated in 2022, my bachelor's degree. I had just enrolled in Liberty University, was gonna go into the master's program for chaplaincy because I thought that's what I needed to do to be a chaplain. And I met a lady who told me about the CPE program. And I'm so thankful because it was right before I was about to pay my tuition and stuff like that, go in there. And so that became my goal, is to become a chaplain. I've always wanted to be a chaplain. Very thankful to hear about the CPE program, and now even more thankful to learn the history of CPE. This is a whole new experience. This week was my first time at even going into a patient's room as a chaplain. And so I'm learning a lot about myself, and it's like scaring me, but I'm embracing it. But you see in this PowerPoint, you see a little house, because that is also my current goal, is to downsize. And I am working on my husband. I'm tired of a big house. I'm tired of yard work. I'm tired of, I want to just have one room here, a kitchen, maybe a couple of bedrooms so that we could have a guest. But my husband is not yet convinced. So I have two goals that I'm focusing on in my life right now. One is to complete the CPE program, and the other is to downsize, get a smaller house. And that is the end of my PowerPoint. Questions? Comments?
Thank you.
I think I should go. I will go because I need to leave immediately after. And I'll be back at 8 o'clock. Audrey, it's really a pleasure having you. Yeah. What a journey, and what a journey. I really like your determination. I really love your resilience, and you really love your drive, right? When I see you saying at your age, you're going back to school, I'm just saying, Lord, there should be an age where I don't want no school, nothing anymore. And so it's very encouraging. And it's beautiful to see as you say, the different ways. And I'll speak now from the perspective of you being a Christian. So when I use the Christian language, is because of the context. By that, I say I really love the way you've allowed God to use you in different capacities, in leadership, and especially in the context in which you did leadership, as you said, in prison ministries. I mean, in difficult spaces where a woman is there as a leader, but you were able to be a leader, and an effective one, I believe, at that. And also your calling to ministry, not only a ministry that help as a place to repair the relationship, as I will call it, that help people to embrace the brokenness in relationship, but also to figure ways on how to repair those. and to now being a pastor, right? So it's a really long journey, but it's a long journey that you see with so much determination and courage. And I would just say, I look forward to get to know you more in this unit. And I would just say, Alfredo always told you that is the process. Hanging there, it is the process. Um, Now we know it's a litany. Alfredo's litany is part of the process. So CPE is not that easy. I will guarantee you. But I know the determined woman that you are, you will be able to go through it. As you said, what did you say? 1 unit at a time? I forgot
One
what.
unit at a time.
1 unit at a time. And that is part of the process. Alfredo will agree. So appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Alice mentioned that she had to step out and she'll be back at 8.
Audrey, thank you so much for sharing that. I think the thing that I just really appreciated in this round of hearing you speak was the way that you wove the hard and the beautiful into your example. So, like, you had the story of not fitting in with your brothers and sisters, and then your grandma and that sweet relationship you had, and then just the challenges with your dad and kind of this idea of a nuclear family, and then how your mom handled that and how it still wove together so beautifully. And then at the end, especially your dad's just best day of his life right next to one of the worst of yours, probably, and how your family came together around that. And I just wanted to say I really noticed and appreciated that as you spoke. I think it's a gift to be able to see both sides of a thing, and then on top of that, to be able to articulate both sides of a thing in a way that makes us resonate and just love and respect and admire you even more. So thank you for that. And I also just really appreciate your ability to laugh at yourself. I think even just hearing you talk about your marriage and all the marriage ups and downs that we all no doubt have had in relationships over the course of our life, it's just good to be reminded that there's a bigger perspective out there. And I appreciate you sharing that. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kay. And thank you for acknowledging the good and the bad and the being together, because that's my story and that's how I share it. But sometimes people they only hear the bad. And you get this, and I'm so sorry, where I'm not sorry, I'm not sad. It's my story. And like Alfredo said, it has made me who I am today. And so thank you for acknowledging that and even being able to see it. Well, now because of your training, I'm going to be able to see, I'm going to be just like you when I grow up.
I'm only level 2, so both of us have a ways to go.
Okay.
Wow, Audrey. I just can say wow. Because, I can see, okay, who you are right now, but I can see the price that you pay. Because nothing is free. Nothing is free. Everything costs, or lives, or time, or happiness sometimes. But in the end, it's a joy. I can see in you. I can see that you are a woman of destiny, if I can say in the word. That's all who you are, a woman of destiny. And I'm so happy to be in this class and to know you and have the opportunity to learn from you. All your experience or the wisdom that God gave to you. Because this is the funny thing, and I always say that every struggle that we face it, there is a sea of wisdom in the middle. If we find the seed in the middle of the darkness, in the middle of the storm, we're gonna end it having wisdom in us. And it's the price for the wisdom. And you are a woman of wisdom. And I can tell you, thank you for your story. Thank you for being who you are. Okay? And still being like that, being who you are, laughing, enjoying. Like I say, everything we're going through is what makes us. Thank you for sharing your story. Really, really, I'm really thankful to be with you.
Thank you so much, Alfredo. And I just want you all to know that I really am thankful, even more than I had planned or expected for the CPE program. I really didn't know what to expect. And still, don't know. I know I have a long ways to go. But just in this short time, I'm just learning so much about myself. Just things, that are coming up in my mind and like that I didn't even realize, has helped to shape me or mold me or cause me to think or do certain things. It's coming up. And so I think it was Reverend Joseph that said, embrace it. And so I'm learning to just embrace the feelings, the thoughts, embrace it, try to process it. And I want to tell you up front, I welcome whatever you have for me.
Yes.
I welcome it. If you talk me off the ledge at any time.
Yeah, and
I know
yeah.
I'm gonna need encouragement, to keep going. So I welcome it. Thank you.
I just want to let you know, just trust in the system. That's all. Just trust in the system. Because there is up and downs. But if you open your eyes, you're gonna learn in everything and you're gonna enjoy it. Man, this is my fourth unit.
Wow.
And I'm been seeing a lot of change in my life since the first unit started. Since the beginning, I start see the life different, the minister different. And I start to embrace that. And it's gonna be a great journey. Right, Kate?
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your sharing and embrace. You've completed your first life sharing. You'll get to do it again and again and again. But you did the first one. You did it well. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you meant that. We can bring it all.
Yes, ma'am. I'll cry later.
My bark is much louder than my bite. So thank you all. We are looking forward to receiving Alice and Kate. But before we do that, we're going to do something on your syllabus that's called Self-Care Education and Practice Sessions. So this is part of my theory of teaching and awareness of the fact that we are on this Zoom, for this 5-hour stretch. So it can be so helpful to have more than a 5 or a 10-minute break. And so this isn't a break. Please don't ever call it a break to my face. This is a self-care education and practice session. You will have 30 minutes. And there's a detailed explanation in the syllabus, but here's the short version. What I'm inviting you to do is be intentional about some moment of self-care. It could be 5 minutes of silence. It could be a meditation. You could take a walk. Whatever it might be, to take a moment and in a few minutes, and do some intentional self-care and make a note of it. I did a 3-minute meditation, and I fell asleep or whatever. It was helpful. It wasn't. I'll try it again. I encourage the feeling wheel. You might take the feeling wheel and say, each time you have a session, you're going to look at one feeling and look at all the components on one feeling and just kind of think about it for a little bit, that feeling wheel, and begin to familiarize yourself with feeling words. So you don't have to keep hearing, that's not a feeling. That's not a feeling, right? Whatever your self-care may be. And then whatever you do with the rest of that time after you've had your self-care and practice session should also be nourishing and nurturing. So I encourage you to not work. I encourage you, please don't check email, to go off of the screen. Just do whatever you need to do in terms of self-care and be mindful of it and intentional of it. Because the reality is, to do this work, we really do need to have some pretty good self-care skills, and creating time for us to practice them when we're together, hopefully will establish a habit. And one of the things that I think immediately comes to mind after practicing it for a while, if it isn't something you're already not fully aware of, is how little time you need to recharge when you recharge frequently. How little time you need to recharge when you don't wait till you're exhausted. And so this is a good time to take it. We're going to have our self-care education and practice session, and I will see you in 30 minutes. Okay? Any questions? Enjoy. Hey, what time zone are you on?
I'm same as you, Pacific Standard. I'm in actually Walnut Creek, just down the road, but not tonight.
Okay. And Audrey's in Central California. And Alfredo is in Bristol. Glitch you've heard us talking about is some reason other people have not received their evaluations from the previous unit. But only people in my group. Yeah, so I think I have emailed them 3 times. They're coming today, or I text them, they're coming today, and then they don't come. So I'm not I'm not gonna say it anymore. I'm gonna wait till they tell me they haven't. So it's so frustrating.
Technology can feel really frustrating at times like that. You're doing your absolute best and nothing is coming out on the other end.
Right. Absolutely. All right. So Kate, you're up.
Right. Should I wait for Alfredo or just get cracking?
Get cracking.
Okay. All right. So I'll go ahead and start with this small group of 3. So I come from Washington State. I grew up in a family of 5, 2 parents, 3 kids. And I start with this part of my story because it had an impact on my faith. So I'm going to back up a little bit past that and say that my dad's parents were very rural, very poor chicken farmers. So growing up, they didn't even have a house. They just dug a hole and put cement on the ground, and that's where he lived for really the first 10 years of his life. So that shaped him in a lot of ways. And on top of that, eventually his parents did join a church. It was a rural Protestant church that had a lot of expectations about people giving their lives to the church and what that meant. So my dad happened to be just a really smart, scrappy guy, and he worked hard his whole life, and he was a big reader and excited to see the world. So he ended up, University of Chicago at the time had a rural scholarship program, and they sent representatives, and he interviewed there, and they offered him a full scholarship to undergrad, which he took. He wanted to be a doctor. And this was important for him because he moved back to Chicago to go to med school, and his parents wanted nothing more than for him to be a local church pastor. So it created this rift in the family, and the church encouraged it, and his parents encouraged it, all the pastoral side, but not what he wanted, which was the medical side. So he did undergrad, he went back to grad on full scholarship, became a doctor, met my mom, and they moved back to Washington State to be close to his parents. They had me, and in a way, he was hoping that would heal the rift that had come between them for a really long time. And in a way, it did. They loved me. I knew my grandparents very well. There was a lot that came together after that. And as I grew up, we never went to church. And I got a little bit older and I really wanted to go to church. I was actually really curious about God. And I would go sometimes when I was with my grandparents. I think their church had changed a little then. I don't remember anything dramatic about it, except that I liked going with my grandma. And I would ask my dad to take me to church, and the two of us would go. He always took me. He never once complained. We would sit in the back of the sanctuary, and I was just always so hopeful for some abstract vision of fitting in. And he was just quiet. And we just sat there, and no one ever talked to us in any church. And so we did that periodically over time. After a while, I stopped asking him to go, and it just kind of fell out of my mind. I didn't really think about church too much anymore. I was always curious about it in kind of an intellectual way, but never a heart way. So I got to college, hadn't had any faith background, and during college, I was raped. It was just a one-time thing, an assault, but I was very alone for it. I didn't have a lot of resources, and I definitely didn't know God in the midst of it. So it all felt very dark and confusing, and I didn't really know what to do from that point except kind of deteriorate. So then eventually I met my husband, and my husband was raised Christian. He again was raised with kind of a flavor of this is what Christianity should look like. But he's very kind, he's a good guy. There was a lot of healing that happened there. I've done a lot of work with therapy. I ended up having two beautiful daughters. And so, kind of getting into that life together, that was happening in one parallel. In the other, I'd started a company. I was actually quite smart and successful. But as he and I started going to church together, he really had this view that the woman should nurture the kids, which wasn't my gut view. And I, again, grew up with a mom who was a doctor and a dad who was a doctor. So in my family, it was just like they were equal. And definitely they fought about it when I was little. I remember that. But over time, I also remember them growing to a place of mutual respect and accommodation for two very rigorous professions. My mom was a pediatric allergist and my dad was an orthopedic surgeon, and there was always some on-call schedule or drama at the hospital they were dealing with. So I closed down my small business. My husband, meanwhile, was running a small business that he took over from his dad, and I was home with our girls, and I moved to like a Pilates rehabilitation facility. So post PT, when people get PT, and then they're just past the kind of crucial PT, they're in sort of this phase where they're building strength to build normal function, like regular life function. Can you put your pants on while standing? Can you bend over and tie your shoes? All those things. And so I did that work actually for 20 years. It was a very flexible schedule. It worked well for the family. I could accommodate a lot of people. And all that time, I continued to take classes over at Berkeley. So we just had an agreement that one night a week, I called it my mic drop night, and he would just come home and he had to figure out life, and I would just get in my car. And I liked Berkeley. I always drove up the back way over the ridge and down so I could see the sun setting in the city and just be reminded of the bigness of the world. And I took chemistry and biology and just ridiculous array of classes because they were hard and confusing, and I liked the challenge of studying things that I didn't really know well. And so that was all going on in parallel. And then he and I, together with our girls, we were trying to raise them in a church. So we started with an evangelical church, which he was very comfortable with. And again, I didn't really know, but the pastor that we went to at this church, and we looked around at a lot of different churches. We tried many, but this particular pastor was just one of the kindest humans I've ever met. He was so gracious and humble and just like humanly awkward and gentle, that I loved him. And I fell in love with God because of how he loved God. So over that period, my faith deepened. We were probably about 17 years at that church, all the while me kind of juggling the home life thing. And then I just really was more and more interested in faith. So I thought, here I am taking all these classes. I should go take some classes on theology and see if this is for me. So I started taking classes and I just asked my favorite pastor, where did you get your degree? And he's like, Fuller Seminary. So I was like, great, Fuller, that must be the place. They know all the answers. So I signed up. He wrote my recommendation. I started going to classes at Fuller, loved it, all still great. And I'm a couple quarters in and I'm like, what the heck am I doing this for? Like, I don't want to be a pastor. I definitely can't sing, so that's not an option. I don't even know church life well enough to know like what you can do with this degree. My kids really like this story because as I'm reading, I just get this prompt in my head, chaplain, just this word, chaplain. And I'm like, huh, again, chaplain, 3 times chaplain. On the 3rd time, I'm like, I don't even know what that word means. Like, I think I've heard that word, but I don't know what it is. So I Googled it and I'm reading the description. I'm like, wait, this is a job? This is incredible. This is exactly what I want to do. How crazy. So from then on, I kind of focused my studies. And I originally thought because of my experience in a PT setting that I would go into hospital or hospice because I have a lot of patients. And my specialty at that time was degenerative and chronic pain. So people who were really declining and just had a lot of feelings about it. And I loved that. And I love them. But I thought, you know what, I'll be open. I'll just send my application to a few different places and see what pops up. So I applied to the local jail ministry as well. And they took me and I started working in jail. And I was like, I love this. This is amazing. And I just fell in love with jail. So as I'm doing all of this in parallel with my studies, our lovely pastor retired. And we got a new pastor who came in. And this is all from a person who didn't have any framework for denominations or religion. I just thought, oh, I started going to church and this is a kind pastor and this is who God is. And now I understand things. And this new pastor was from a very conservative Baptist background. And he had shifted to a covenant perspective on paper. He'd done the certification, but theologically, he still had a lot of very strong views about women in leadership. And meanwhile, I'm finding my voice and I'm comfortable speaking up. And there was a point where I said something and he was offended. And the consequence of that was an actual letter that exiled me for a year from the church. So I couldn't come to church for a year. My husband and my girls could still go, but I could not come in because people did not feel physically safe with me present. Apparently, this is what the letter said. So of course, one of my gifts, I have many shortcomings, but one of my gifts is that I take correction well. So I was like, oh, shoot, I didn't communicate myself well. This is a learning point for me. I will do what I have been asked. So for a year, I did exactly that. I just served quietly from the background as I was able, still viewing myself as part of this community. The letter had said, after a year, we'll talk. So a year passes and I go back and I say, okay, can we talk about this now? Oh, and I will say in the meantime, I did apologize to anyone who said they felt offended. I wrote letters. One person had me do 3 apology interviews because the first 2 didn't work. So we had to go to 3. I did all of it, all one-sided. And so I got to the end of a year and they were like, no, we don't want to pursue this. You can just go your own way. So at that point, my husband, meanwhile, our marriage was struggling a little bit from all of this, was like, all right, we're out. So we switched. We had to move the kids, which was a really hard thing. That was actually the hardest piece for us and why we tried to balance it for so long is because for 17 years, that was their home. That was the church that they knew. So while we were working out the family dynamic of it all, I had the whole theology school. And as you know, seminary does a lot of breaking in conversation with building. So there's kind of that whole deconstruction and reconstruction happening. And it just really messed with my mind about who God was. But I just loved God. Like in all of it, I wasn't going to give that piece up. So I loved God, and I had to learn how to understand God differently in this season. So there was a lot of searching, challenging, untangling things, learning who God is in different scenarios, taking ownership of my faith in a different way. I actually tried a lot of different church spaces at this time, just tried like, okay, oh, so there are different ones. What is Baptist? What is Methodist? What is Episcopalian? What is, and just even some Jewish. And I tried everything I could try just to kind of build a framework for myself so that it wouldn't feel so much like spinning. And as I was doing all of that, I was really coming to be at home with things that mattered to me. And in the course of that, what I discovered was I didn't fit the evangelical model. It had been a good home for me when I first came in and was learning some of the things, but ultimately it isn't a framework through which I really resonate with God. So I knew that whole piece had to shift. So eventually I landed Episcopalian. I would just say from all of that, where I am now, what I still wrestle with and feel fiercely as I finish my MDiv. I'm 2 classes away from that. So I'm working full-time, finishing my MDiv, those last 2 classes, taking CPE, and I have my family. So full plate. In addition to that, I do plan and am in dialogue with our diocese about ordaining as an Episcopalian priest. That one's a little further out stage-wise. But from all of this, I would say just as I come into this class, I have, I think, a lot more awareness of who I am and how pieces that didn't seem to fit anywhere fit for me now. I would say that my heart is very much with the Luke 15 lost sheep. Like that's who I care about. There could be 99 happy ones, and all I'm thinking about is the lost one. So that works really well for the ministry that I'm in. I think for me, because I've straddled that fence between being belonging and outcast, I just have a view of that. There's been different times in my life where I've really felt like I've been on the outside, and there've been times in my life where I've really been nestled at the center of it. And I love the preciousness of every human, even the ones that don't fit anywhere or seem like they don't fit anywhere, or mostly feel like they don't fit anywhere, because I believe they do fit. And I have a lot of patience from my time in the PT setting. So as I come here with all of this, mostly I just honor the beauty of difference that CPE brings together. Like for me, that's just such a precious thing. And I really honor the receiving of all of the good gifts and qualities that really each one of you are so willing to offer, even just by being here, just by showing up and spending your time listening to me. So that is my story for now. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for sharing.
Oh. Okay, I'll go first. Because Kate, well, so you heard in my story, I worked in prisons and secure treatment facilities. And I prayed for people like you to come to those kind of facilities. Hearing you say how you love being at the jail, how you go after the lost sheep, like that's where your focus is. That jail that have you, you're an asset. You're an asset to them, because the people, everybody needs some type of hope, right? And so regardless of their lifestyle or their situation or their circumstances or their past or where they are, they still need some kind of hope. And what you do is offer them hope, even just being happy to be there. And I know I can just say, just from my experience, some of the guys would tell me, you know, like, don't let this one in there. And I'm like, why? What did she say something? Did she do? It was just their presence. So they can feel when your heart is really concerned about them. So I appreciate you saying that, but I also appreciate you accepting that call to be where you are, because it's a hard place, and you can only well, people can be successful there, but the people benefit when your heart is okay with being there. So yeah, I prayed for people like you. If I had a whole bunch of cakes, I probably would still be working. But thank you for sharing. I also appreciate your search for God, your search for your faith, your search. You knew that there was something more there, and you didn't stop. And then your patience of even going through the process of getting a letter and being submissive, you know, and waiting the year and being willing, you know, to get past it and still be rejected. However, you're still here and you're strong in your faith and you continued on. So awesome. I really enjoyed hearing your story, and I look forward to learning more about you and getting to know you better.
Thank you, Audrey.
Okay. What an amazing story, you know. All the obstacles that you have to go through. Bring to my memory, I was in a disciplinary action for 5 years for my pastor. And I learned one thing, that sometimes I am more faithful to the church than to God. And for God to move a faithful person is hard for God. Because we stuck with the place. If God told me move to another city, I do not move. So the first thing God moved from that place where I'm being is my heart. Because we follow our heart, believe it or not. And the way you submit your person, you know, you be humble, and God see that, and God reward you with the desire of your heart. And that's where you at right now. And the places that you heart enjoy it, that you are grateful. And it's the best place that you can be. There is no other place. We are calling to be there. I don't see myself there as a man, because as you say, guys, my heart is in the hospital with those people. My heart is in the hospital where the mom just lose the baby in the womb. I can be there, you know. And you are in the right place. For sure, you are calling to be in that place. There is not doubt about it. Thank you for sharing your story. So inspired. So inspired to me. Thank you. I'm being blessed. I'm looking forward to see more, to learn more from you.
Thank you, Alfredo.
I appreciate your format. It suits you well. I have a couple of clarifications. I was curious as you were talking because I was trying to follow geographically what was happening as well. So where were you geographically when you started the business, your business?
So I grew up with my born into family in Washington State. And then I've actually lived around the country and around the world, but I married a San Franciscan or a guy from the East Bay. And so we moved here, or like I moved here for work. I married him who was already here. And that's where we started that. And he had his business here, and I had my business here. So there were two parallel businesses for a season in this Bay Area.
Okay. And when you were born, your parents had moved closer to your father's parents, geographically named that? And
Yeah,
where
so I was actually born in St. Louis, Missouri, where they were finishing their residency.
okay,
And then they took a job out in Washington so that they could be close to my dad's family. Both of them took professional jobs, and that's when we moved out. And I was very young. I don't really remember the move piece. I only remember the Washington piece of things.
right. Okay, okay. And I have no idea what an apology interview is.
I actually had never had one before. So basically what had happened was there was two women and the pastor who were they were teaching something that I think probably wasn't right. It was on rapture, and I just said something about it, and I don't think my content was fine. I think my delivery sometimes is not great, which is one thing I really appreciate about CPE. But basically, the three of them were offended. So there was just no further conversation. And I got the letter. And then one other person tried to act as a go-between to say, like, what could she do to apologize? She sees you're upset, but you won't engage. And then one of them was like, she may do an apology interview. So we did an interview. I was very myself, just as organic as I could be. And then we finished it. And then the mediator was like, that wasn't enough. You're going to have to schedule another one in a month and try again. So I tried again in a month, and then again 2 months after that, until the person basically said, like, you've apologized well enough for me to accept it. And again, just picture like a person who doesn't know church very well, trying to understand structures and frameworks of leadership and not being able to separate a leader's maybe personal issues with how they interpret leadership. And that was more my confusion, was just genuinely sorry for having hurt anyone and trying to express that in my own imperfect, previously atheist slash Wiccan slash Buddhist slash all the things way that just didn't come out in a way that was right, for lack of a better word.
Wow. So it is literally an interview and you're apologizing and someone's evaluating, and you did that 4 times.
Oh, more than 4 with different people. But again, like me now is like, holy smokes, somebody should have helped that kid. But at the time, I was just doing my best to try and make right something that I didn't really understand was bigger than just a failed delivery in a moment.
Bigger than I'm sorry. I heard
Yeah. Yeah.
you. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your sharing. And I would never have imagined you would land with that faith journey at Episcopalian, pursuing the priesthood, and then it fits so well. It's like, oh, wow, okay, thank you. I lost count how many times you said I fell in love. I fell in love with him. I fell in love with that. I fell in love with the jail. I was like, wow, this is this is powerful. So, are you aware of how often you say you fell in love with something?
The way I describe it is that God has always been in my life, and I have always loved God. I just didn't know how to frame it. But now that I have worked out so much about God, it's like I've discovered the love of God is in my bones. And so when I speak like that, it's just connected with how much I love God and I am beloved by God.
Yeah. That makes so much sense because the way when each time you said it, it was so authentic and so I could feel it. I was like, wow. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Any other feedback for Kate or questions? All right. Well, we are ready to hear from Alice. Go ahead, Alice, before we take
I
a
so missed your
Yeah.
this your sharing, Kate. I'm so sorry. I had a pre-planned meeting that I had to go to. I'm so sorry, but I hope to get to know you as CPE goes on. And I love your passion for God. You know, you so love God. I love that public confession. It's great. So yeah,
Somehow I
thank
thought
you.
you would.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm looking at you because I'm like, I love that. I really love that.
All right. Will you please, thank you, Kate. Will you please take a 5-minute break? Please be on time on your return, and we will hear from Alice. Alice, are you gonna share?
No, I'm taking on Kate's last week suggestion.
Okay, begin when you're ready.
Kate, thank you for suggesting we can just communicate. For the last 2 units, I did do a presentation, but I'm glad to really tell my story, those pieces that are relevant. You can hear from my accent that I am not from here. I wasn't born here. I was born in the beautiful country of Cameroon, which is chaotic right now, but it was beautiful at some point, to a very polygamous family. My mother was, well, she is, my father is dead, my mother is alive, so I can say she is the second of 2 wives. She was given into marriage without her consent. She never even knew my father until the day she was leaving to go marry him. And she was only 15 years old. All through that relationship, I really didn't grow up my mom at first because my mom gave me to my uncle who didn't have a child, per the kind of tradition that they have there, that if you have a relative who doesn't have a child, you can send your child so that there's a child in that home. So I was there until I was 11 years old. I went back to the village. My parents were in the city, but they had moved back to the village. So I returned to the village where I discovered that my mother has all along been very abused. My father, highly alcoholic. When he's not drunk, he's okay. But when he's drunk, he's very abusive. So essentially from that year, I grew up in a very abusive home. Because when I went to my uncle, I was really little. I wasn't even 3. So that abusive relationship coupled with the patriarchal structure of Cameroon and expectation for a girl that she is not worth it spending the money on her for education because she is going to belong to somebody else. She'll be somebody else's property. Therefore, they don't invest on girls' education. However, because I was gifted in school, I had scholarship even to go to high school. But because already there was this already spark of feminism in me, this resistance against a system that they want a girl to grow up and they essentially hand her to a guy. I really didn't want to ever get married. And also because I didn't see marriage as a good thing when I see it through the lens of my mother. So I ran to the convent. I was going to a boarding school. Boarding school is different from here. Boarding school in Cameroon is luxury to go to a boarding school. And I could only go there through scholarship, as I have noted. This boarding school was run by Reverend sisters. So I went to the boarding. When I was in the boarding school, I said, oh, gee, so people can be married to Jesus, quote unquote. So I said, that's my way of running. Now, in retrospect, I said, that's my way of running the patriarchal marriage. But then really, I went to the convent, not because I felt called to the convent. I went to the convent. The first goal was to run away from this patriarchal marriage. When I did that, my father disowned me for 5 years. So I went to the convent at the age of 15. I left the convent at the age of 30. So I lived in the convent for 15 years. And that's where I continued to pursue my education. That led me to go to France because the sisters that founded the convent in Cameroon, the mother house is in France. So they said, why don't you come there? Because I'd already also gotten a scholarship to do French literature in France. So I moved to France and lived in the convent there, continued in the convent there. And my goal, and I did all the vows. If you know convent life, I did all the chastity, obedience, and celibacy. But then something happened. If anybody know the convent system or the monastic system, is there's so much power in the hands of those who they call the mother superior or they call the father superior, be it in monastery and convent. And in Europe also it was happening that more and more the younger ones were not coming there, like my age group is older sisters were coming in. But when those sisters come in, they required that they relearn life in the convents. It's like learn to sweep, learn to cook, you relearn. But a lot of these women were coming there, they had lived their life, they had professions. Then later in their life, they decided to go to the convent. When they come there, they were essentially infantilized, and it started getting into the mental health of a lot of, especially the German sisters. And I saw in the convent, 2 of the sisters attempted suicide. And that was very, very devastating. And one of them was really like my best friend in the sisterhood. And that started, at that time, I was in a seminary in Paris. And the seminary there require you to do a practicum. And my practicum, I decided to do it in the World Council of Churches in Geneva. And my topic was to explore the ordination of women and why the lack of more women being ordained in Cameroon. Before that, I did chaplaincy. I wasn't trained chaplaincy, but I did chaplaincy for 2 years because the sisters are chaplain in the hospital. So I was there while I was schooling. When I went to Geneva for my research, that's when it really dawned on me that as much as I'm passionate about this issue about women, I am disempowered in the convent. And sisters in the convent are so stripped off because the vow of obedience means that whatever they say you should do, you do without asking questions, period. You are not allowed to rationalize and say yes or no. So you don't have no volitive ability. You better obey the mother superior. So while I was in Geneva doing this work, I realized how disempowered sisters in the convent were. And when I came back, I asked the mother superior to really talk with her. But for her, it was like a threat, questioning why obedience, the vow of obedience essentially make sisters obey without really having any agency in terms of deciding to obey or not. And that I couldn't, I just decided. So what I did was I asked for a year of a sabbatical year. At that time, I had gotten my, I'd finished my bachelor and actually did a matrice. Matrice is like the first year of the master's degree. And I had gotten, I applied for scholarship at Yale and I got full scholarship to study there. So I used that as an opportunity to take a sabbatical that the first year that I'll be there, I don't want to be, well, I went with the convent clothes still, but when I went to Yale, I met a reverend sister. We know Margaret Farley. She's an ethicist, well-known ethicist and theologian. And she looked at me and I said, Alice, what is this you're wearing? Take that thing off. She's a reverend sister. And I felt so empowered. If a reverend sister tells me to take it off, boy, you needed to see me. I had a veil, all of that with this. Anyway, I took it off. So during that sabbatical, I decided, no, there's no way I will be this passionate about women empowerment. And I lived in a disempowered space that even caused other women to attempt suicide as a way of, they had no exit route but just to kill themselves. So I went back to Paris and decided I was going to serve God, but in the secular world. But then my commitment and my vows to God, to faithful obedience, I will keep that life that is inscribed in me but I'll leave it out in the secular world. And so that's how I transitioned from being a Reverend sister to the secular world. So when I finished from Yale, I got a full scholarship to do my PhD in Princeton. And at that time, that is when my real passion for women gender issues blossomed. And I was very good with Hebrew more than Greek, actually, even though I took both of them for 7 years. But I didn't have problem with the Hebrew Bible. I had problem with Paul. He was my problem. So I decided to do New Testament because of that, because it was been, Paul is so used to weak women to submission, to acquiesce and obey the guys, especially in Cameroon. That is Paul, especially the household codes or those wife obey your man anyway. So that's why I did the New Testament. That was the impetus for me to really study the New Testament, and then grew my passion really for gender issues. And when I finished Princeton, I came to California because of my job at Azusa Pacific, where I've been. This is my 17th year actually teaching there. Also, that passion for social justice just took so much of me. But when I had left the convent, everybody was like, oh, get ordained. You are well trained. You have all the theological education, get ordained. But I never felt comfortable to be tied and constrained by one denomination. So I have always refused ordination. My moderator in Cameroon, everybody knows me as the one who is running away from ordination. I really never felt called. I said, if you're going to ordain me to be a professor, 100%, but I do not want to be a denominational pastor. I'm saying that to say that when I found CPE, and especially the interfaith ministry that CPE allows, that's when I started growing. I've served in the church all my life. I've served in the board. I've served as elder. I've served in different ministerial positions. I preach nearly every other week, but the only thing I said I won't do is to be ordained. And when I started CPE, CPE is the space that really, really gave me my vocation as a pastoral ministry. CPE did that. And particularly the unit, I would say, in the unit with Donna really helped me because I had not really dealt with the trauma of my childhood, the trauma of the life I saw. And I hadn't really dealt with the fact that going to the convent was an escape for me, but it didn't take away the pain of the experience I had. And so I masked it. So I lived my whole life being really so empowered. So to be, that's why I am extremely protective of people, especially the vulnerable, because I don't want people hurting them. But I didn't know that in doing that, I was trying to protect myself in some capacity. And CPE really gave me that language of Donna had done a presentation on trauma and trauma-informed care, and it's just blossomed. I said, wow, this is something I see myself, and that it started making me become aware and to start pausing and looking through my life retrospectively, examining my life and introspection about my life, to start opening up. Well, I'll call it now, those hindering wounds were there. I never gave space for them to become holy wounds for so long that I did not trust men. I was married to Donna Lizzie's father. When I got married to him, I said, you can do anything in this world. The one thing you do not ever cheat. The day you do that, I am gone. And the person who was the best man in our marriage also said, don't do that with this woman. So when I moved to California for my job, he stayed we were living in Pennsylvania at that time, in Philadelphia to be precise. he was supposed to sell our house. We had 2 houses there to move with me to California. And he was that, and to also do a transition for his own job as a social worker. Yeah. So I said, take the time. But then I found out that he had cheated on me. The best man had first told me he did, but I said I wasn't going to confront him at all. But it so happened, whether it's miracle, I do not know. But what happened was, he was one day driving with a woman in the car. He accidentally caught me, but he didn't mean to call me. So when I heard his voice, I noticed he was talking in the car. I said, oh, gee, this is the moment I've been waiting for. So I recorded the conversation. He was talking, that woman was with him in the car. So I sent him, that was a Saturday. You will say I'm crazy, but that's the reality. It was a Saturday. I sent him that voice conversation on a Saturday. Monday, I filed for divorce. And I told him, obviously he recognized and he couldn't deny because that was the clear proof. But the good thing I did not confront him when the best man told me. I did not. I wanted my own proof. He couldn't deny. And the immediate thing I told him, I'm out. So I filed for divorce. Why? Because I said, I forgive you with everything in me, but you can never touch my body. I will never be able to let you touch my body. It's like violating my body because all that picture of my father he had 2 wives, bringing all these women in the house. All those pictures made me that I cannot stay with a man that is unfaithful. I just cannot. And I made a vow to God. I said, if you mean divorce 20 times, I will. I will never be with a man that is not faithful in the marriage because that man will never be able to touch my body again. And that for me is something which it cannot even happen. He will not be able to touch me because of the trauma of seeing what my father did to my mom. But CPE journey is the journey that allowed me to become self-aware, to really look into the mirror and start dealing with those fractures in my life, multiple fractures in my life. And that's why when I became aware of trauma-informed care, I said, I'm going to take the course, I'm going to do the certification. And also, it also led me to be enrolled in geropsychology, even though my emphasis is in gerontology, but that whole mental health, I want to do pastoral care, being really aware and in a whole, as I call it for myself, whole person care, that I'm aware of the mental health aspect of the people I'm working with. So I went back to school. Currently, I am doing a master's in geropsychology. But it is because of this class, this very unit, that I will say proudly that God doesn't come to us to say, I love you in spite of. No, it comes into our wound. It comes to our trauma. It comes to our pain. And it is in that space He made us. And I have now really, I can say, even though I'm a work in progress till I die, I will be. But I can really say my wound, I'm not having hindering wounds, but I'm having holy wounds that it's now open for God to heal. And I'm more aware. And I'm also seeing that that vulnerability for me is strength. And I'm taking it literally and I'm not ashamed to share my story. I'm not at all. I buckled a lot of my story and my family story because for me, I come from a shame and honor system. So I didn't want, even though I was so mad with my father and everything, I didn't want to shame my family. So I didn't talk about it. So now I can talk about it. And CPE is not, as I shared once, it's not really about caring for the other. It's also caring for you so that you can authentically care for the other. So as much as I become, empathy is one of the hallmark of what we do. I'm learning to be empathetic to my own self. I got the tendency so much of fixing and protecting because I always feel like I want to protect, I want to fix. I don't want anybody to go through what I know is my story if I can help. And so I get so sucked in people's story. And now it's really, I'm coming to a space where self-care is very important. Being empathetic to myself is very important. Being a chaplain that can also separate that heart for justice with the heart for what the calling as a chaplain is. And through the interfaith orientation of CPE, now I finally found a space where I can be ordained, and it's with the Federation of Christian Ministry that I'm currently pursuing ordination with them. Finally, a space where it's not constrained, finally, a boundary breaking, boundary crossing, and a truly interfaith space. So yeah, it is called Federation of Christian Ministry. If anybody is interested, it's packed full of chaplains. Those are all chaplains. That is where they are. So that is my story, and I'm so grateful for CPE for that space at which I started dealing with my own journey of healing.
Thank you. Thank you, Alice.
I guess I'll go. Thank you, Alice, for sharing and for taking us from the beginning. I just love hearing the whole story from the beginning with your mother and her journey and what she had to go through. I was so happy to hear at the end when you said you found that space or that organization or whatever, I forget what you called it, that where you're going to be ordained. And you held to what you were feeling. You were not, oftentimes, I'm speaking for my own self, I would be in something and I would go ahead, not feeling comfortable, not feeling like, I probably shouldn't do it, but I'm going to do it out of obedience. You didn't do that. You said, I'm going to continue, I'm going to work, I'm going to serve, I'm going to do this, but I'm not going to be ordained. And now you have found that space where you have accepted the ordination. So that just did something to my heart when you said that. I'm glad you said it at the end. But your whole journey and your whole story, and I really look forward to just talking more with you or hearing more about your experiences. You're talking being in a convent, in France, in the other countries, and so I'm just looking forward to learning more and hearing more from you about that. And just I'm gonna apologize right now if I ask too many questions because I am so interested. I've read a lot of books, and you hear about nuns and the monastic lives. And I have my bachelor's degree is in Christian ministries and biblical studies. So I've done some studying on that. And now to have a person who I could actually talk to and hear about your experience and ask questions. I'm thankful. I'm thankful that I'm in CPE, you're in CPE, and God has allowed us to meet. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Audrey. Thank you.
Alice, what an incredible story and what an incredible human you are. I think, again, there's just a lot of beauty and a lot of pain in what you said. And what struck me, I think, in your particular telling of it today is it just made me think, how sometimes when people mark a path and they lay stones down so they can find their way back on the path, as you were telling the story, I just heard words, I made notes of some dignity, gifted, spark, exploring, empowered, passion. So you were telling this story, but then you would put these little gems along the path, and then it built to this language you used. You said, my vulnerability is strength. And then you built to boundary breaking and boundary crossing. And it was just this sense of not only did you have this path laid out and you are able to look at it, but you see how you've come through a season and you can share it so articulately, and the whole thing just makes this beautiful picture in my mind of just who you are, who you have been, who you are now, and what you're capable of. It's really inspiring. I just appreciate you very much, Alice. I hope to learn a lot from you. Like Audrey, forgive me if I ask too many questions.
Thank you so much. I love our forming. Yeah, it's in that rather the forming community. Thank you so much, Kate. Thank you.
What can I say, Alice? I admire you. I'm truly admire you. That's why I've never been sorry about my life, because it's nothing. I don't have nothing in my life. You know, when I see your life, your story, your courage, the all I can say is I admire you. You're a great woman. And I hear in my heart that you had the heart of Deborah. Deborah's heart is in you. That brave woman that don't give up. But also when I hear you say, I'm curious, let me ask you a question. Why you refuse to be ordained for so many years? What triggers you to do that?
Yeah. Yeah, I can say that. I have always been my passion and my vocational calling is to be boundary crossing ministry, not just a Presbyterian, not just Episcopalian, not just Methodist, to just be one who can minister to everyone without feeling, because, especially I grew up a Presbyterian in Presbyterian church. I don't, when you are ordained especially many of these mainline denomination, you are also pledging loyalty to the policy, the views, their theology. You have to by default. And me, I just never felt comfortable to subscribe to something that would limit me doing ministry cross boundaries and to do ministry with just everyone. And I knew that my deep passion for justice warrants me to be boundary crossing, boundary breaking in what I do. So that's why chaplaincy, which defines by you cross all the boundaries, you do ministry to everyone, just affirm that is the space I finally can say I'm being ordained. And then this Federation of Christian Ministry is an interfaith organization. Is people from different denominations. But what binds them together is ministry of chaplaincy and an interfaith, authentically interfaith ministry. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know you on the first unit, the last unit, and I see how God is healing you through this process. I see you sometimes say, "No, God, this way not," and later on you just say, "Okay, God, it's in your way, not in mine." And this unit, I can see you different. I saw a different Alice than the first one I met. And I see you smiling, but with healing, with some kind of healing inside you. And to accept the ordained for me is the first step you took to get healing, to get comfort with your calling, with your vision, with your heart. Because everything balanced together made you who you are. I can see your passion. You're a passionate woman. Oh my God. I don't want you in front of me. I can tell you. You are so passionate. And I love that. And I pursue that. I want to be like you in the area, so passionate, about God, about Jesus, about the way we believe. See, this CPE, I'm learning, here's one thing, to respect the belief system and others. Because the way we believe in God is according our culture, or family dynamics, and in our sociology. Those three areas define our belief system. Okay, and to respect other belief system sometimes is not easy. But when God break that wall, we love it. We enjoy it. We feel part of everybody, everyone. And we make the space from God to work in us and in the people we minister. And it's the beauty of this. I mean, I'm being in love. I'm gonna tell the kids words. I'm being in love with CPE because of that. Made me free. I am free. I am free. And my wife say, I want to take those classes also. Say, why? Because I see you change. I'm leaving you. The change that those classes is making you, transform you in the way you think. Say, okay, you can take it. So thank you for being who you are, for decide to be in those classes. Let's enjoy this journey. Let's grow in together.
Thank you. Thank you, Alfredo.
Thank you, Alice. I so appreciate you taking the risk of changing your format. And it was a completely different experience. And it seems like you were even more vulnerable in sharing in this format. So thank you for doing that. Thank you all for your feedback. And as Joseph would say, now we're going to do some of the boring part. So take a 9-minute break, please, and come back. Thank you all. Kate, I'm going to ask us to have our syllabus handy. Alfredo, are you Pacific time zone? You are? Okay. Audrey, you're not, right? Are you?
In Pacific time zone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'm geographically challenged, so thank you. So we're all in the same time zone because Alice is
Okay.
LA. So that would be the same. Right? Right. Right? I mean, I'm asking, right? Thank you,
For me,
Alfredo.
right, yeah.
Thank you.
So Pacific time zone, it would be 9 o'clock, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I thought I knew that.
Right, I
It's
can
getting a little
completely.
late. It's getting a little late.
It is, it is. It is. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to have your syllabus handy, and I can put it on the screen. I would prefer not to, but if we need to, I can. And we're not going to go through all 20 pages, but I am going to read quite a bit of it to you. So if everybody could have their syllabus in front of them, that would be so helpful. So thank you for helping, as Alice pointed out, a group theory, Tuckman's group theory. We're in the forming stage, and I believe you have all so powerfully contributed to our forming our group, and some vulnerability and cohesion and curiosity and just getting to know one another. So thank you for that. Thank you for your histories. They were all very well done and submitted timely, and I appreciate that. I want to remind you, when you email a document, to put your name and the date on the document itself. Okay, put your name on it somewhere. Just put your name on it, header, footer, whatever works for you, and put the date on it. Because sometimes I have the habit of printing them, and then I go to read them and I go, oops, who is this? So please do that. That'll help me. And so you aren't the only one, Alice, that had the challenge with the Zoom link. So everyone is okay, or do I need to send a new link? Alice, did the second, I don't even know if you got it. I tried to email you a new link. I don't know if you got it or if you just used the ID and the passcode.
No, it's the one that you sent that worked. The other one did not work. The one
Okay.
that's in 357 doesn't, and I'm still
Okay.
trying it, is refusing to work.
Okay, so I will,
But the one you emailed me, that one works, is the one, this is the one, right?
that's the one.
But it's not the one on that is on the Zoom
Not
link.
the one on the syllabus, right? So I just want you to know, one, you weren't the only one. And if you all want me to send you the link, I think I can do it again, the correct one. But you all made it, so I'm grateful that you figured it out. But that's why I had the ID and the passcode. I was concerned that the link would not work. So the other thing I want to talk about briefly is sort of our camera etiquette. So we're in our virtual version of a group that would be seated in chairs in a circle that will enable us to see each other. And we're making all these adjustments because we're not looking directly in the camera, which would allow everyone to experience us looking straight, but instead we're looking at each other. So it's different. And it's different because we really only see such a limited portion, and we're all trying to be still because we know every time we move, it captures someone's attention. So I want to encourage Audrey, I'm clear your physical setup has you the way you are, but I'm not clear if it is a physical requirement or some sort of logistical thing. It would be helpful if we could all present straight to one another, direct to one another, not present straight, but all sort of present whatever this is called. I can't think of the term Joseph used in orientation. But if you're unable to do that for some sort of reason, we can accommodate that. Okay, having said that, let's talk about other aspects of our etiquette. I think, but I want to hear what you think, it's fine to drink on camera. Right? I think it's actually fine to even have a snack. I know some people discourage gum. I actually think gum is fine. And you already are in the flow of muting when you're not talking and unmuting when you talk. That causes us to lose the dynamic of laughter, right? Because you may be laughing, but I can't hear you. So, right. But we take the trade-off because then we don't get the dynamic of the noise behind us. I'm fine with blurred cameras. And I think the handbook says your camera shouldn't be blurred. I'm fine with blurred camera, blurred background, not blurred camera, blurred background. I'm great with not raising your hand and just unmuting and jumping in. Sort of when you unmute, it'll sort of be a signal to all of us that you probably want to say something. And then you can just jump in. Even if the jump in is when you're finished, I want to say something. I'm good with that. And that's it. So let's talk. What's your thoughts? What's your feedback? You may completely disagree. It's our group to form and operate the way we want to, as best of our ability.
Well, I heard you as far as my position is concerned, and what I need to do is move my computer to the other side of my desk.
Okay.
And so I had already decided I was going to do that so that it wouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
Because if I'm sitting for a long time, I have to put my feet up.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I'm turned sideways, because my
Put your feet up. Right.
my feet are up, and I can't put them up when I'm this way.
Right.
But I'm gonna take care of that.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for sharing. I didn't assume. That's why. So I appreciate you telling us. Okay. Any anybody have objections to the occasion? So you don't have to feel like you have to hide. You can just take your drink. Anybody okay with that, or concerned by that, or distracted by that?
Yeah, I just thought I would ask your opinion. So I have a heck of a commute, and a lot of times I'm racing to get home. Tonight I actually got a hotel by where I work because I was really tight in my day and I didn't want to stress. But sometimes I got to skate in and then I have dinner. And in the last class, they had us tip it so you could see that we were still present, but you didn't have to watch us eat the food. Is everyone okay? Because very often, sometimes I'm balancing life like that. That's okay. Not disrespectful.
Everybody's fine with, so by tip it, you mean, go ahead and
It'd
tip it.
it'd be like this, so
Yeah.
you could see me, but then you wouldn't see me putting food in my
Chewing.
mouth and chewing.
Because Alice's tip it is this. She tip it's like that. So what do y'all think? Let's give some feedback so you can be comfortable.
I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with anything that makes you comfortable. You saw I didn't have dinner, so I came and I was like trying to eat something.
Tip it. Choose
Yeah,
tip
I'm like Alice. I didn't know we had a name for it, but now I have a name for it.
it. We just made a name up. Okay. So feel fine and comfortable to do that. We'll know, and you don't have to put it in the chat or anything. And we'll know when you're ready to untip it, you will. Okay, great. I may call a time for break and I may say 5 minutes and you may need 10. Please feel free to say, I actually need 10 minutes. Is that okay, group? And the group never says no to more breakdown. Matter of fact, Alice will be the first one to say, that's good, 10 minutes. So feel free. I'm really
I
asking.
always say yes to any additional time.
I'm really asking as we go into break. Okay. Obviously, I'm also trying to facilitate our time, but there's flexibility. So feel free to do that. And then if you need to come back late, You can tell us before we go, or you can put it in the chat. I understand things come up and you're not able to return. And when you let us know, without hesitation, we start when you're absent. I don't really have a whole lot of hesitation, but we'll feel better about it. So if you know, hey, I got to take a call, I'm going to be back late. Okay, that's fine. We're all adults and we are all doing the best we can from 5:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. All right, anything else that we want to add on that or subtract from that? Alfredo, we all good?
Yes, we are good.
Okay, so let's turn to the syllabus. Let's go to page 2. Again, I apologize. We're going to just read some of it together, but it won't be all 20 pages, but I think it will help us. I already pointed out to you, text is preferred. Sort of about the middle of my day on Wednesday, I have so many meetings that I don't get to email. So text is really preferred. And feel free to text me. The class requirements, I'm going to go through each one, and I want to invite especially Alfredo and Alice, who've experienced these things before. They may have some insights on how they accomplish them, or how they're not really busy work, Alice, and they might want to jump in and share. Please feel free to do that. And if something's not clear, please also ask questions, okay? And Audrey, there's no such thing as a dumb question. We all remember our first unit and how confusing everything was, okay? All right, so class requirements for this unit of CPE. Let me just start out by saying you'll have 300 hours of clinical time and 100 hours of education time. When you look at the total of education time, which is recorded towards the end of your syllabus, it's a little bit over 100. It's like 107. So you have some playing room when you need to miss or be absent. But if you fall above those 7 hours, then you need playing time. So you have less than 100 hours of education, then you need to make up. So you can miss up to 7 hours of education and you don't have to do any makeup. But if you exceed that, then you'll need to make up the content in some way. And it is dependent upon what you miss and what seems most beneficial to you as a means for makeup. I don't have pre-made makeup assignments. We would talk and figure out what would be beneficial for you. But you have some playing room. Please, as much as you can, communicate and let me know. And would you please track it? I'm tasked with tracking it as well, but I would also like you to track your hours and be aware. Okay. And again, just interrupt me if you want to point something out or ask clarification. So number 1, 7 individual supervision sessions, or now they're called supervision education sessions, the IS, our individual time together. We'll schedule that, what works best for your schedule. We're going to have 7 of them, so we have a little time to get it scheduled. They will be scheduled to be from 30 to 45 minutes. You get an hour education time because I know you need to put some prep time into it. So it can be as brief as 30 minutes because I'm imagining you're putting in about 30 minutes prep time for it. And it can be as much as 45 minutes. If it needs to extend beyond that, then we would need to have a conversation so we can extend it beyond that. Okay. So IS is not something to just blow off. It's actually an important time. And if we miss an IS session, we will try to reschedule it, regardless of whether or not you have the 7-hour overkill or not. So you can't say to me, hey, I got 7 hours, take one of them. Matter of fact, take all 7 of them. I'm not doing any IS. No, we're going to make all of our IS sessions. It's a requirement. Okay, so you can bring to the session your outcome tracking document. It can be a great time to talk about it. You can bring your weekly reflection that you've sent in and say, hey, I want to talk about that. It could be about your site. It could be about a visit. It could be about CPE in general. You set the agenda for the IS session. So when you arrive, I will say, what are we doing today? Because you set that agenda. But these are things that people have found helpful. Again, feel free to jump in, Alice and Alfredo and Kate, if you have any wisdom you want to share with Audrey, who's looking forward to what am I going to do one-on-one with her for 30 minutes. All right. Number 2, and there is, by the way, on the syllabus where it says 5.7, I give those numbers. That's where you will find a detailed description in the handbook. So if you go to 5.7, there's a detailed description of the individual supervision session. And there's a description of the critical incident report. And the critical incident report is different from the weekly reflection report, but I will accept either. You can either do a weekly reflection as described in the handbook or critical incident report. It's fine. You will do 4 verbatims, and they're already scheduled in the syllabus. All of you do them on the same day, so you can look in the syllabus and see when they're scheduled. 5.8 is the section that you find the verbatims format in. Number 3, 1 interfaith spiritual reflection facilitation at 5.15 and 5.16 or 5.15, 5.16 in the handbook is a description of the interfaith, the spiritual reflection, and a reflection form. It is helpful to have the form for every time we have a reflection and refer to the form when you give feedback. So the reflection itself may be 10 minutes, but then we'll have like another 20 minutes where we're giving you feedback about the reflection. Having the form is helpful. It's helpful for the presenter because they have ideas of what you're going to be paying attention to, and it's helpful for you to structure your feedback. It is interfaith. So it isn't just a spiritual reflection that would apply necessarily to all people, whether they are of a religious tradition or not. Rather, it is interfaith. And this gives you a chance to feel what the difference of those two is. Okay, everyone will do 1. Then your statement of spiritual caregiving and contract for learning goals. I tried to use the same language in the syllabus. There are different numbers for different levels. Make sure you do the one for your level. So learning goals, as it's written in the syllabus, 5.4 and 5.5, that's level 1. But if you're level 2, it's 519 and 520. And in level 2, when you look at 520, in that area, it begins to talk about the level 2 project. And a change is that the level 2 project is now optional. It's not required. Okay? It's optional. And it comes up later too. Alice, were
Can
you?
I ask a question for that one?
Yes.
You know I'm going to ask. So, like the project that Lisa did, right?
Yes.
It's optional.
Correct. And like the project Alfredo did on grief, it's optional.
Yeah.
So it's
Oh.
number 9. I don't know why, 1 level 2 project for student moving from 1B to level 2A is optional. All right.
Amen.
So we won't have any level 2 projects apparently. Okay. Then you have your mid-unit evaluation. Again, it's in 5.9. Follow that format. So Audrey, when I'm saying follow that format, what I mean is literally take it, the handbook is given to you the way it is, so you can copy it and fill it in. So you do a copy and paste it into another document and literally fill it out. So we're all having the same format. Everybody will do a final evaluation. Level 1 and level 2 evaluations are different. Please pay attention to that. Your weekly reflection paper, a page or less. I do read it. And last unit, I read it and didn't talk about it unless the student brought it up. I'm not sure what I'm going to do this unit, but please submit it. I want to figure out a way to give you my feedback because I realize I read it, I write on it, but you never see it unless you bring it up. So level 1 and level 2 have a different description. Do submit it weekly per the syllabus schedule, which I'll hit in a second. Your outcome tracking document. Do submit it weekly. And Joseph recommends putting a date so that I can see the new outcomes. It pays to do that. You don't want to get to the end and and come to realize, wow, I didn't even know what they were asking because the language is odd. So it's not you, Audrey. Sometimes you're reading, you go, I know what all these words mean individually, but I do not know what they mean put together. So if you do that document weekly and you come to IS and you say, hey, I want to look at my outcome indicator document, am I on target here? Then we can go over those. That can be something that can happen in IS.
I have a question in
Or
the
Point out, please.
I have a question in the all comments indicator tracking document about the dates. Where you want us to put the dates? Because we don't follow the
That's right. So some people just put it at the top of the indicator. Like
okay.
I did this one on 9/9/25. So then when we meet, I'm not going to look at the ones you did on 9/1. This time we're going to be looking at all the ones that say 9/9.
Okay.
Yeah. And they don't have to be in order,
I'm not gonna be in
Alfredo.
order. I'm not gonna be in order for
That's
sure.
right. They're not going to be in order, and they don't have to be. So if you want to mix them all up and just
Yeah.
have them in a sequence that way, and you can keep up with which ones you've done, that's fine too. Just the point is to make it easy for us to figure out which ones we're reviewing when we come together. So that when I look at the document, I don't have to look at all of them. I can just look at the new one or two you've achieved.
Yeah, because he do not want us to send
Yeah.
different documents. Has to be in the same document.
It
So
really helps. It really helps because I go back when you send them to me like that. I go back and look at other indicators because sometimes it helps me understand, oh, that's the disconnect. This is actually this, and this is actually that. But if
so
they're in one
if I
document,
send to you only the first two and then added the other two and then the other two, it's gonna be more easy than
yes, it
just
will.
put everything.
Yep,
Okay,
it
okay.
will. And it
All
doesn't
right.
have to be in order.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Kate?
One more question. Yeah, so that was a little confusing. I just want to clarify. We have the document with all the indicators. We have the weekly reflection, and then on our example of that, there's a little bottom section that says, tell your indicator. But what I'm hearing is you would prefer us to send you the full indicator document at first with many blank spaces and then less and less over time, rather than cut and paste to the bottom of our weekly reflection document. Is that right?
Yeah, your outcome indicator should be a separate document.
Okay, so that one on the weekly reflection is irrelevant. It's maybe just a reminder to go do it in the other document.
Correct.
Okay,
Because the weekly reflection should be sent separately.
perfect. And then
And I don't care if you copy all of them or if you just do the ones you do,
okay,
just put them together.
okay. And then when we do the date, our syllabus is organized by week of. Is that kind of what you're looking for with a date, or do you want like?
Hey, that's a good idea. You could put the week.
Okay.
The point is that when we look at it, when I come to review it with you, actually, when I look at it, when you send it to me, I just want to go to the most recent one. And I kind of don't want to go through and find it, but I don't mind if I know how to find it. Right? So however you label it works for me. That's great. Now, Audrey, this is the benefit of IS. You can bring it in and go, what? And then we can go over it even more. What's your question?
On the reflection paper, is it whatever I choose? Or is there?
No. If
Okay.
you go to section 5.6 of your handbook for level
Oh,
1, it gives you a guideline for the content of your weekly reflection. And it's a recommendation, and it really can be a page or less because it's a reflection. And it is often an opportunity for you to demonstrate the clinical method of learning. Like, hey, I did this and I'm reflecting on it. And this is what I'm gonna do different.
okay.
So check it out, the format given in the handbook. Great question. All right. And then 10 This is the book we're going to be reading. So I'm going to give you time to get that book, Professional, Spiritual, and Pastoral Care, a Practical Clergy and Chaplain's Handbook. I don't think you have it yet. The focus of this unit is personality theory and pastoral care. So this book is giving us the biggest exposure we're going to have to particularly pastoral care skills. All of us will read part 1, and then we'll select parts that attract us from part 2, and then you're going to present it in class in any format you would like. As we get closer to that assignment, I'm going to ask you to look through and pick out which 2 chapters you'd like to present. And once you have the book and you look at the table of contents, it's pretty clear. The weekly clinical hours, again, email by themselves to me and your on-site preceptor. It's a check and balance. The preceptor is getting it, I'm getting it. We're saying the preceptor is also saying you did these hours. And then I document it as these are the hours you've accomplished. So I know when you hit 300, and I'm able to put in your file, you have achieved the 300 credit hours as indicated by these documents, supported by the preceptor, because obviously I'm not there. So that's all that's about.
May I ask a question about that? Just because I came into this with Judith, with my preceptor. She does work in different cities, so she's really not there. So she was like, but when you email me, because like the last time I wanted to meet her in person to do the signature, she's worse than me when it comes to doing. Now I use PDFs, filling and sign. So for me, it's easier. She doesn't have that. That is more difficult to her. And last time she just said, well, you copy me with you, so she reads it. So again, I'm just saying that because I cannot physically see her every week to sign anything. Was that what you were saying or no?
Judy's right. The email serves as her signature.
Right, because that's what I heard, and Joseph too was saying. I'm like, oh, gee, I was worrying about that for no reason anyway.
But put her initials in there. Put her on the form where it says initials.
Yes.
I would just put the preceptor's initials, and I would say initialed by Donna. But they're
Okay.
email. So the thought would be, if there was an error, they would
Oh, yes. Yeah.
email us. No,
Right.
she didn't work 10 hours. She worked 100 hours.
I wish I could walk to
The email satisfies as their signature. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
You're welcome. Alice, this is my favorite thing, the weekly self-care education and practice sessions. So I have a detailed description of it in the handout because this is not something in your handbook. The self-care education and practice session, it's right there. I don't think you need me to read the assignment overview. Please do read it. And it even gives you suggestions, and make note of these 2 things. You are to make some sort of document where you keep a record of what you do. Doesn't matter to me if it's written, if it's a journal, if it's audio, however you do it. You may write it on the calendar. Just this day I did a meditation. This day I looked at the wheel. This day I mindfully ate watermelon. Whatever it might be that you did as a self-care practice, document it and then say something about it. It was very effective. Don't say the watermelon was tasty. Say it centered me. It grounded me. It was irrelevant. Because we're tracking how your self-care practices are serving you. Keep the list. You're going to report out the list 2 times. In your mid-unit evaluation, you're going to say, these are the things I did. And you may say, and none of them worked. But then you get to hear what other people did, and you may find some other things that will work. And in the final evaluation, you're going to read the second half. These are the things I did the second half. And you'll talk about, you might say briefly, all of them worked really well. So I'm getting an opportunity to observe your progressive self-care. I would observe it if we were physically in the same place, but we're not. So here's a way I get to do it. Here's a way we get to take a substantive break from the Zoom, but it's not a break. And we get an opportunity to really be intentional about our self-care in a small bite. Okay? There's a detailed description on the handout. Take a moment and read it. Again, you're going to report out mid-unit and final evaluations. And then the last thing is an asynchronous session. It's just we're not all together. And it's week 11 and week 12. And what I'm asking you to do in that session, we are not going to gather by Zoom together. On those 2 weeks, at your own time, you will do the film assignment. So I'm on page 3 now of your syllabus. There's no virtual class. We won't come together. But at your own pace and your own time, you're going to do this learning activity. It is very detailed. Detailed because of the intent of the assignments, and detailed because of my desire that it be as meaningful as possible for all of us. So do look at the detailed scripture description in your syllabus. You have 3 films given to you as an option. You're only going to choose 2. You'll do one week, one the other week. You're going to watch the film in its entirety, and you're going to respond to the reflection and discussion prompts for that film. Each film has a different guide. I am attending to the focus of personality theory with this assignment. So you want to look at the film and look at the guide. And then you write a paragraph for each film where you specifically address, number 4 on your handout, explain how the film will be beneficial to you in your role as a chaplain. That is what you write about in the paragraph that you send to me week 11. It can serve as your weekly reflection. But that's specifically what you address, how the film is beneficial. The film is of no benefit to me is not an option. Find something in the film that's beneficial to you as a chaplain and then write in that paragraph. So I give you some themes to consider, and I invite you to submit it at the end of the week. So if you say, well, this is going to be my weekly reflection paper, so I'm not going to send that in Sunday night, that's fine. You can submit it at the end of the week. Okay? So look for a moment with me. The films are Dead Man Walking, The Soloists, and Chaplains. Chaplains is a documentary. The Soloist is based on a true story, and so is Dead Man Walking, but they're not documentaries. So on page 4, I do tell you ways to access them. They're probably not the only ways, but you do have some hint. I want you to notice that there are previewing prompts. Please read the previewing prompts before you view. I would like you to sort of have these things in mind. So for the first one, page 4, what does it mean to offer spiritual care in the context of deep moral conflict? Have that in your mind before you look at the film. And then how do our personality traits shape the way we show up in moments of suffering? Well, if you prompt yourself to think about that, it will help you pick it up when you witness the suffering in the film. So our personality traits could be the 4 temperaments that Joseph went through. And before you get to this assignment, I will do the big 5 personality traits. So that'll be another one that you could use. But you may already have Myers-Briggs, or you may already know Enneagram or whatever else. But read that prompt before, so you're thinking about it when you experience it in the film, okay? Then during the viewing, I'm just all over you in this thing. There are moments when a particular character demonstrates some empathy, and then how the inmate's personality and trauma history informs it, and then their interactions with victims. Well, I'm prompting you because I want you to keep these things in mind, and I want you to write a sentence or 2 on your guide. I don't need a paragraph, but a sentence or 2. The moments where Sister Helen demonstrates empathy, boundaries, and spiritual presence. And you may say, the final day, you may say, talking about family, what you're going to just name it. It's extremely important for Audrey because level 1 is about just recognize these things. And then for everyone else, I'm looking for you to have a progressively different depth to your examination based on your level. Okay? So there's one thing to say, oh yeah, I saw empathy. Audrey hit a home run at this moment. But Alfredo can't say I saw empathy. Alfredo is going to have to say empathy was demonstrated at this moment. It was well received as evidenced by, because he's at a different level in his process. He's so excited about that. Okay. But all of this we working out together. So if he just wrote empathy was right here, then I could say, oh, let's explore that further. Okay. And then there's post-viewing discussion questions. You don't have to write a paper, just a few sentences. Notice the first one. How would you describe Sister Helen's personality using Erickson's psychological stages? So you'll have had a didactic on Erickson's psychological stages before you get to this week. And the chance to apply it to the film will just cement it in you. And you'll have a handle, sufficient handle, on Erickson's psychosocial stages. Okay, so you're going to get a didactic on that before you view the film. By just prompting you when I do the didactic, you'll be like, oh, I want to make sure I get this because I got to use this for this dang film. But also it makes you figure out ways you can use it as a chaplain. Okay, so it's coming. All right, I think I've read enough of this. All right. So I'm skipping over all the films. All of them have the same thing. I'm skipping over the outcomes. I'm going to page 13. So I have a bit of a concern, and this is my concern. Audrey, is it still the case that you are going to be away September the 17th?
Yes.
I cannot imagine missing everything that's scheduled for that day would be conducive to your building process. I think there's so much in there. We should be doing role play by that time. It'll be very helpful, and everything in there is helpful. But to miss all that concerns me. So much so that I want to switch the content of week 3 and week 4 so that you don't miss all of what we're covering in week 3. So role plays of spiritual care, conscious competence, which is a learning model, the clinical method of learning, some personality theory. I'm probably going to do the big 5. All of those things, you need them and they're part of your outcomes. So is there any objection to making that switch? It means you'd have to get your goals done a little sooner. Okay, so with that, no objections. So you will still miss one didactic on personality theory, but you will also have 2 personality theories. You'll have the one that Joseph did, temperament, and I'll probably do the big 5, so you'll have that one. So you won't. And then for the makeup assignment, if you should choose to do one, I would encourage you to do the other personality theory, and I would share it with you in some sort of format. Okay, so we're going to make
Thank
this.
you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. That's the whole team saying. So
Thank
week
you, guys.
3 will be the content of week 4, and week 4 will be the content of week 3. So we try to keep the same rhythm for assignments and things so that you don't have abrupt shift in between units, even though you change educators. So the rest is pretty familiar. Any questions about when you're submitting things? If you didn't do a weekly reflection assignment on orientation, it's fine. It's fine to start it with week 3. If you did it, that's great. I did get one. It was really powerful too. But I said that to you during orientation, and I'm just reiterating it, you can start with week 3.
Oh, does that mean this Sunday we are okay not doing it?
No, I'm sorry. Thank you, Alice. Start with week 2.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're so disappointed.
That's
I mean, someone already sent me one and they did it on orientation. Thank you. So yes,
I
start.
had you clear and loud and clear that we could dispense of it. So I gladly took it.
All right. So verbatims are assigned, but spiritual reflections are not. And it would be helpful to do that. So if we look at our schedule for week 3, there is an interfaith spiritual reflection and discussion. So you'll do the reflection about 10 minutes, but you'll look in the handbook. I think it says 15, 10 minutes is fine. And then we'll discuss it and we'll use the outline in the handbook to guide our discussion. Who would like to volunteer to do the interfaith spiritual reflection on September 17th? Thank you, Kate. Who would like to volunteer for September 24th? Thank you, Alice. Who would like to volunteer for October 1st? Alfredo, thank you. And Audrey is volunteering for October 8th. Thank you, Audrey. I love it when a plan comes together.
May I ask a retroactive question?
Please, they're my favorite.
The rhythm, the weekly rhythm, can you say one more time, please, when you want all of these things in your inbox?
I can. Let's go to page 13.
Okay.
So on page 13, the assignments to be completed before class are listed. And they're usually things to be submitted. Done in some sort of way in group. And then the assignments to be completed by Sunday evening, I'm not watching the emails, are the clinical reports, the weekly reflection, and the tracking document. I'm not up Sunday night at midnight checking to see if I got everything. So if it comes in Monday morning, it's really all good. That's when I'm going to look, that's when I'm going to pull it down and either copy it or prepare myself to review it. Okay? So the clinical hours report sent to me and your preceptor, the weekly reflection, and then your outcome tracking document. Send them in Sunday evening, early Monday morning. I go to the office to view them somewhere around 7 a.m. Is that helpful? Okay. And so each week you have that description.
That's wonderful. Thank you. This is a very well organized syllabus. I just want to make sure I.
I'm gonna
All 20
confuse
pages.
you. I'm gonna confuse you, Kate. So put attention
Okay.
because
Come
Joseph,
confuse us.
Joseph said that we have to send to you, only to you, the weekly reflection and the outcomes and the clinical hours to you and our preceptor.
That's
Am I
correct.
right?
That's correct.
So has to be 2 emails. One for you and the preceptor, the clinical hours,
Correct.
and the next only for you, the weekly reflections and the outcome indicators. Am I right?
You are right. Well said.
Wait,
And
what name? Help me understand.
The
I don't.
clinical hours report that you and your
Oh,
preceptor,
like we've been
the
doing,
email
right?
signature. That's right.
Oh, like what we've been doing. Okay.
Correct. Well, Alfredo's making sure Kate got it. Yes,
thanks,
Kate.
Alfredo.
Oh,
One more. I seem to remember Joseph giving us a cap for the clinical hours if we work full time. Can you remind me what that is?
I don't know what it is.
Okay. I don't know either.
Capping where? On the week or by the end?
Yeah, no, like of number of hours per day that we can count or number of hours per week. I seem to remember him mentioning something about that because for full time, we're working all the time.
I think it was 32.
32.
I think.
A
I
week?
don't,
No,
he
can't
said
be.
20. He said 20.
20, that I couldn't remember, 20, 25. Well, what is it? Okay.
He said,
Oh,
he
no.
said
No, 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 no.
18 to get he said to get the 300 hours, we need to do 18.75 a week,
Per
something
week.
like that. Yeah.
Per week. So it makes sense that the cap would be 20, but
Okay.
not 32. Just you're gonna be finished, Alfredo, in 2 months, in a month.
I finished
You're like,
in
I'm out of here.
one
So
month.
20 makes sense because you need that's close to what you need in order to have 300. Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Audrey. Alfredo, who's gonna finish?
First unit, I sent 40 hours per week.
Yeah, you right,
And
but
then I
I don't.
$600
That is, you were finished
early.
the first month. Yeah. So that makes sense, Kate. Okay, thank you, Audrey. Help us put that together. Any other questions or other things that come up or wisdom, Alice and Alfredo, that you would like to share having already worked with me? Oh, it's 106 hours, not 7.
I would say for those who are doing this unit for the first time with, don't stress. Don't stress at all. It's just systematically do your work. You don't have to stress, you know, you're in a safe place. So you
I
can
was
make
just
all the mistakes you want. Mistakes are okay.
I was
Thank you.
thinking about it because we're taking a family vacation to visit my daughter at college the week of Christmas. So I've actually taken that week off. So I was just wondering if it's possible to adjust since I do work full time because it works out to exactly 15 weeks. I didn't want to come up short because I have a week of vacation in there.
What are we adjusting?
Like just the hours that I put on my schedule.
Oh, got
Because
it.
if I
Yes,
can
you
only
can do
report
that.
20 and then like
Yes.
if I do work full time, I'll definitely meet my cap, but would I be allowed to adjust just for that Christmas week of vacation?
No, absolutely not. Yes, please do.
Thank you.
Yes,
And
that's perfect.
Joseph
And this
also
is a
said, okay, sorry. I'm
no,
sorry.
go ahead, Alice.
Because Joseph also said you can do it a week after. It is when the class ends, you still have a week to finish the clinical hours.
That's true. You do. Don't do that. You do. You absolutely do. When you're done, don't you want to be done? You
Actually,
do. You're right.
we have until the 30th of
Oh,
December
goodness. I should not
because
let y'all
the
talk.
class
That's true.
finish
You
on
have
the
until the
30th of December.
31st.
The class finish on the 30th of December.
That's true. Please be done when we're done. But you're absolutely right. You do. If you need it, it's in there. You guys are right. You're right. And yes, Kate, please adjust as you suggested. I think that's a great strategy.
Which Thanksgiving break, the Thanksgiving week, I'm in a conference too.
Okay, so this is the next thing we're going to do. If you can identify dates and times when you're going to be away, you would be helpful to let me know. So you're already identifying that you're going to be away the 26th of November? Is that what you're saying? I have Audrey's
That
17th.
for the Thanksgiving week, I'm in Boston.
Okay.
Wait a minute. And don't we have Thanksgiving break for CPE?
So you have what this syllabus says you have.
We don't
And
have
you do
Thanksgiving break.
not. We actually meet on the day before Thanksgiving. And a very strategic assignment. We're going to discuss the films that you read, and it's an open didactic, of which I'm going to talk about. But so you come having the opportunity to discuss the films that you read. So it's an easy makeup because I would ask you to submit your notes from the film guide. Everybody else is just going to have them in front of them as we're discussing.
Oh
So
yeah, I'm gladly
open
going
this
to
week
submit.
13. And you would need to do the makeup, Alice, because the film, the weeks where you do the asynchronous learning with all of that I'm asking you to do, which is quite a bit, is 7.5 hours. And I hope the education hours I'm assigning to it gives you a sense of how significant this is. 2 hours is the film, but 5.5 hours is about what I think is required to spend a little time responding to all those prompts. So okay, we got it. You won't be here that week.
Okay, may I understand? Help me understand better. So for that week that I will be away, I'll do an expansive review of the film. Is that what you said?
No, I did not use that word.
Yeah.
You would
Then you say
submit,
more
you would
notes.
need to turn in your answers to all of the prompts on the movie guide. You'd need to turn it in to me.
Is that the makeup? If I'm doing more work, is that is that the makeup or no?
Let me think about it,
Okay, thank you.
because everybody's doing that. And what I'm trying to make up is your interaction with it. So let me think about it
Okay,
and figure out what seems reasonable and helpful.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I loved you threw that word extensive in there. Okay.
You
So,
get,
so other dates will come up and you'll be aware of it. Please let me know. And we'll just prepare and adjust accordingly. Things happen. There is,
get my, am I on mute? Can you hear me?
we hear you.
Okay, November 13th, and I had sent this stuff to Reverend Joseph, so I don't know if you got that I'm
No.
having surgery. Okay, November 13th,
Okay.
I will be having surgery. But it looks like I'm gonna be
Well,
okay
we're
with
meeting
class.
on the 12th. You can't make the 12th just because you got surgery on the 13th?
No, I can do the 12th. Well, it looks like we're not meeting on the 12th.
We're not meeting. I really was joking. So you're good.
She's kidding.
I know, I really am good because the 12th and the 19th, I thought I was gonna miss those classes, but I'm
No,
gonna
he
be
did-
okay.
He did say
I'll just be adjusting my clinical hours
that's correct.
that week after the surgery.
That's correct. And we may have to exceed your cap, but let's see where you are by that time.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So you're good. And you have listed in your syllabus, please don't hesitate to interrupt me. You have listed in your syllabus open didactic on the 26th, on December 3rd, and December 10th. Those 3 open didactics are an opportunity for you to say, hey, as we're going along, I really want us to do more on, and we can have a didactic on that topic. So you may say, we don't talk enough about immigration and the impact on chaplains or first responders or whatever. You pick it, you let me know, and we can put it into one of our open didactics. So you see there later, but when they come up, just name it and there you go.
So
Okay.
sorry, nerdy question about that. Does that mean like you teach us something about the thing we ask to be taught? So you have to like pull together all of that?
That is not a nerdy question. It's a wonderful question. It depends on what you ask for. If it's something that I know, I mean, like you say, we need a didactic on how to be a manager of a spiritual care department. I'm like, okay, we can do that. Maybe you say I need a didactic on board certification. Okay, got it. But you might need a didactic on serving Muslim patients or Muslim spiritual care receivers, since we're not all with patients. And I would say, okay, do you have a suggestion of a person? Let's strategize. Let's find someone who has expertise in that, and we can bring them in. Okay. Someone in level 2 might decide that they could facilitate the didactic, which would correspond with some of their outcomes. And that would also be good for them, especially since they're not doing a level 2 project. I'm just saying. All right. Anything else? Okay, I'm going to ask you, are you willing to talk a little longer and not have another break and leave a little early because it'll be your break. Yeah, just had no clue what Alice would say. I'm grateful for her clarity. Let me open this document very briefly. And what I'm inviting us to do, I think I can find it. Is to take a few moments to just think a little more about our, what have it under downloads? About our IPG or all those other names that it's called, process group and other stuff. Oh, okay, let me just, so I'm going to share this. So Joseph gave us a wonderful, I don't think I am. Joseph gave us a wonderful introduction and orientation to the process group. And it's such a critical part of our time together. I want us to talk about it again. And I want to share this definition. I call it process group. Can you see this? Did a head nod? Can you see it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So it's a process. I'm calling it a process group here. It's our IPG. It is an open agenda educational group through which we practice receiving and offering support, clarification, healthy confrontation, and challenge. Any questions or concerns about that? All of them are equally important. This is a precious, sacred space. We are, as I say, iron sharpening iron, and we need to receive and offer support, clarification, healthy confrontation, and challenge so that we grow. We engage in this process so that we may develop our understanding of ourselves and our group dynamics, as well as develop our skills in providing spiritual care. And the order matters. In our IPG time, it is a sacred space of conversation, and we are trying to understand ourselves better. What we're bringing matters to us. When we say, I want to claim some time, we're claiming time because we've got something critical that we want to share, we want to grow. And no topic is off limits. I'll say a little more about topics in a moment. And we're also paying attention to our group dynamics. And by then we'll be sort of know, well, who tends to respond with support only? Or who tends to respond with challenge or confrontation? Whatever. So, and you're also paying attention to other dynamics in the group. Who's silent? Who never says anything? Who seems to be multitasking during IPG? Where there's an opportunity for a healthy confrontation. I noticed during IPG, your eyes seem to be doing something else. Can you share with us, is that true? And if so, what's going on with you? It's not confrontation of, I got you. It's confrontation of, there may be some self-awareness here that can help you and all of us grow. And all of that will help our providing spiritual care. It is a place where we each take the initiative to ask for consultation. That's what Joseph talks about, claiming some time. Consultation about issues. Consultation is an outcome indicator, by the way. About issues, about events and concerns that have occurred in our clinical work, in our relationships with one another, in our pursuit of our learning goals, and in our personal lives as they affect our pastoral service. So I hope to broadly and carefully sort of name just all of what we can bring. Any questions or concerns about that? And then I want us to talk a little more about what you would like to experience in your process group. And I would like each Kate, Alfredo, and Alice to talk about their experience of process group because Audrey has not experienced that. Can I stop my share? Are there any comments or questions on this? Okay. So take a moment and talk about the process group. It is a critical time, and Alfredo called it during orientation, it's a healing time. That's pretty powerful.
I really think it's not only it's really it's very supportive woman that you really feel your it's a very safe, honest place where you can be as vulnerable as you want. You are not judged. People there, you really get support, and people whatever you share, you really feel your peers come along with you. They're coming along you to really help and support you. Yeah, I really, just like IS for me, it really does the same kind of moment where it's very constructive. It's a place where just your authentic self is, you can absolutely be your authentic self and know that you will be supported, you'll be acknowledged, and any kind of feedback that can help you constructively, you'll get it. So it's a great time, I would say.
Audrey, I might just add too that you can bring anything. It doesn't have to be about chaplaincy. So it could be like, I got in a fight with my daughter, or my car ran out of gas on the freeway and it felt awful, things like that. So it's a good opportunity for us to be human beyond our capacity as chaplains and to just practice engaging other humans, for lack of a better description, which we can all grow at in our own way. I will say that in the one unit I took, it ran largely supportive. So I'm interested in this model. I always really appreciate constructive feedback and a little bit of pushing. And I personally am looking forward to getting better at that myself and not just choosing the supportive, encouraging thing, which I tend to default to. So that's one goal plus interest I have for this particular unit and this particular dynamic. Just my thoughts.
For me, it's the place where you can bring the real experience you have it, not only with the patients, personally, in the reflections and the verbations, in any situation that you made or you thought that you need some kind of help, the feedbacks that you receive it is gonna make you be healed and growing. And it's a safe space without judgment or criticize you. And the space that we create as a group is healthy. Now you can share, and my experience I share in this group, the things that happened in my life that I didn't share with nobody. Inspire me to be open, to be who am I. And that's the most precious time that you can be in this kind of group, because you can growing so healthy. Okay? And you have the opportunity to express yourself as you are. I don't in this kind of group, I don't have to be fake. I just be who am I. And right there is healing. There is a moment, okay, when you can share your family dynamics if you want it, your cultural dynamics, any experience that you wanted to be helped, to be encouraged, to be motivated. What else can I say? I don't know. All I can say in a word is a safe space for you.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And I describe it as a safe space and a brave space. And it is a confidential space. So I'm required in one of my evaluations prompts to note your participation in IPG, but I reflect on it in terms of your participation, not the content. And if for some reason I need to, I would get your permission. So it's also a safe space and a brave space. Any questions, Audrey, about anything?
Yeah, so the IPG, is that a special group or is it a time set aside and during class time? How does that work?
That's a great question. So on your syllabus, from time to time, you will see anywhere from 30 to 60 minutes, almost every week, but not every week. At the end of our time, we'll say IPG, and that's what this is. That's what this is.
Okay, okay.
And it varies. So there was one on there today, but I pointed out to you earlier, it's really just a buffer. I want to talk about it. We're not going to try to have it. Great question. Other questions may come up. Please feel free. Yes. Will someone get ready to ask? Other questions may come up about assignments or whatever. Please feel free. I love what Alice said about feel free to make mistakes. And because there's room and space for us to do that. And I grow, I learn how to better communicate something. Sorry, I thought about the interview process, Kate. I apologize. I learned how to better deliver information and communicate. So I'm going to ask you to give one word that describes how you're feeling about our group, and we will close with that. If it's two, it's okay. All right.
Grateful.
Can you say again?
Grateful.
Hopeful.
Safe.
Friendship.
Wow. And you all did it with one word. That's beautiful. I'm going to use three. I think I'm falling in love. I'm falling in love. Have a good night, and I will see you next week. Thank you so much.
Good night.
Good night.